hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Dennis Sterling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas. An advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do. Welcome, everybody. My name is Dennis Sperling, and today's video is dedicated to the legacy of Kevin Samuels. And the title of the video is simple. It's Kevin Samuels' Legacy Continues. Kevin Samuels passed away on May 5th, 2022, and I still remember exactly where I was when I first started hearing the news. I was in my kitchen, and I just spoken to Kevin the night before, and that's one of the reasons the moment hit me the way it did. The night before Kevin passed, he was excited. I'm like, what's going on? He called me up, fussing, yeah, do this, do that. But he was telling me about a woman he recently met. He was talking about this whole elaborate process that he went through with her and how he had ran her background and interviewed her. And she wasn't the only one, but she was basically one of the final contestants. And but the thing is, it was how intentional it was that struck me, and how impressed he was by her. And at the time, I didn't fully understand how deliberate he was being. But looking back on it now, that was Kevin, and he was intentional about everything. He wasn't just talking about standards and image and presentation and discipline and relationships online. He was applying those same principles in his own life. So this woman who was from the Midwest was beautiful and well-spoken, and from the way he described, she seemed like a really nice lady. And some of you may remember there was this big moment online. Kevin Samuels was doing his live broadcast, and she had briefly walked into the screen. And, that became this big conversation about it in itself. And, she later told her side of the story in an interview that she did with me. And I'm going to play part of that interview during the video. And I'll also put the full interview or the link to that in the description section for anybody who wants to watch the whole thing and take a look at. But I remember the day Kevin passed away. It was very, very clearly embedded in my mind. And at first I was hearing reports online that Kevin Samuels had been taken to the hospital. I didn't know what was true and what wasn't true. I remember calling him several times because, again, I just spoken with him the night before. He was excited. He was upbeat. He was talking about this woman he had met. And so, when I didn't hear from him, I was still holding out hope. But eventually the news started becoming more real. I remember hearing Melanie King announce that Kevin Samuels passed away. And that was the moment when I started, to realize, just like a lot of us, that brother was gone. And so for me, it was personal. And Kevin and I had developed somewhat of a friendship. He was one of the reasons I met my fiance at the time, and who's now my wife. And, shout out to Mrs. Sperling, Esquire. And but we met through a group called The Mix. And over time, my wife and I had actually had an opportunity to hang out with Kevin. We spent some time hanging out with him in Miami. We spent some time hanging out with him in New York. So this wasn't just a person I watched online. This was somebody I had spoken to, somebody I had laughed with, somebody I had learned from, somebody who had an actual impact on my life. And, to give you a little personal insight, coming from South Central LA, I've lost people before. And I've lost a lot of friends when I was younger. But by the time I became a middle-aged man, I thought part of my life was behind me, at least for a while. I thought that I'd stop losing friends abruptly like that. Then in 2012, my best friend was shot in the neck and in Atlanta. College friend, loved him like a little brother. and that was a hard loss to take. So, by the time Kevin passed away, it hit me in a way I wasn't expecting. It was another brother I looked up to, another man I respected, another man I considered an equal, somebody I looked forward to building with, hanging out with, and seeing, what we could do next, what we could do in this big, great big world. Um, but because at the time, it felt like we were about to blow up. It felt like something major was going to happen. And, I used to describe the fact, Kevin Samuels was like the aircraft carrier, and I was a battleship in a flotilla, playing my role. Kevin had already changed the conversation, but it still felt like there was so much more coming. And then just like that, he was gone. So today I want to take you all through a little bit of Kevin's legacy, because everybody has something to say about Kevin Samuels' legacy. But a lot of the commentary, whether we talk about podcasters, comedians, activists, pundits, whatever, a lot of that comes from people who really don't know him, who didn't understand where the brother was coming from, or even watch the clips on him. They'll watch the clips out of context. And Kevin was more than just a viral moment. Kevin was more than just harsh sound bites. Kevin was more than just memes and debates and controversy. He was a man who understood presentation. He understood discipline. The brother had a black belt in karate. He understood order. He understood standards. He understood the importance of men becoming better, looking better, speaking better, earning better, and moving with more intention. And whether people liked him or hated him, they listened. So this video I'm going to start by reminding everybody why Kevin Samuels in the first place. And honestly, it doesn't take much. Now, I'm going to play a few clips, and I'm going to review a couple of videos. And I've never really done this before on my channel. I've never built my platform around playing Kevin Samuels clips, even though I know a lot of people who didn't even like Kevin Samuels, who had a problem with him. They did develop their platforms on his content. But today we're going to do things a little differently. We're going to look at the work. We're going to look at the message. We're going to look at the impact. And then at certain points, I'm just going to let Kevin cook, because sometimes the best way to explain Kevin Samuels is to let Kevin Samuels speak for himself. So with that said, let's go ahead and get into it. This is the Kevin Samuels Legacy Continues video. And the first up is this video.
How many children do you have?
Three, and three baby daddies, and they all gang bang.
So what do you want as an outcome?
I want somebody that's loyal. It's really hard to find loyalty nowadays. You really can't find it at the next corner or none of that. Like these men now,
Hold on. Loyal to what end? Like a husband? What are you talking about?
I want a husband. I want to get married, have kids. I
Why?
want to
But you
live in a house.
hold on. You're 39 with three children, right?
Yes,
How old is your youngest?
3 years old.
Now, look. Now, Kevin and I are from the same generation, okay? And I can look at his eyes, and most of you all with common sense are looking at his eyes, and you understand something. Kevin's like, baby, you're 39 with three kids. All of them are gangbangers. I mean, were they from the same set? Is there going to be a problem at the kids' birthday party? You got a child under 5 years old. What happened to all the kids' baby daddy show up? I mean, what set are they going to be throwing up? Is it going to be a fight? I mean, it's going to be a shootout. Let me know ahead of time, right? But imagine bringing in a what Kevin would describe as a high value man into that mix. You have a man who makes, a high 6-figure salary with reputation. This man is on LinkedIn. This man has, you know, a prosperous career and an industrious life. And now he's had a child by you. He's married to you. So when your children have their birthday parties and their formal events, that means all of those children from those other men are going to be there, and their husbands, or I'm sorry, and their fathers may also be there. And so, what is that going to look like? What is the family trip going to look like? You got everybody piled up in the SUV, and y'all headed down to Rancho Cucamonga or Oceanside or Austin, or down to Disney World in Orlando, and you got these three gangbangers and your little son in there, and then here you are, uh, a woman of at that point. I mean, how many more children can you have at 39? Let's say it take 2 or 3 years to get married. You're gonna be 40 years old. Can you even get this man children? And so this is what the math is not mathing, you know. And the thing I also want you all to understand is that Kevin Samuels, he purposely wanted to work on black men and black women's relationships. Let's put this in context. Look at the brother's history. The brother's from Oklahoma, and we all know that Oklahoma has a special history for black people. We had Black Wall Street, et cetera, dot, dot, dot. And so Kevin was trying to go back into the past and give us the best of us. And that was part of the reason why the man, carried himself the way he did. He spent 3 years working on black men, realized real quick, look, I got to get these sisters together because their expectations are too high. And here you have it, a woman who is 39 years old with 3 kids by 3 different men, all of whom are involved heavily in criminal activity, and she wants to get married. What man wants to take that dangerous a journey with her? Okay, and again, I want to point out something. I explained to you all, I met my wife in Kevin Samuels' Facebook group. Now, Kevin Samuels had been advertising for about 2 years that, hey, if you come to the mix, there are going to be high value men there. You can imagine it didn't matter what color the woman was. They want a high value man because they want what that high value man is offering. But what Kevin had to do is Kevin had to beat these women who are non-black back with a bat. He literally would screen them and wouldn't let them in. So he purposely made I would call it a space where black men and black women of a like mind could meet. Okay. And so now you're in a situation where you got Asian women, white women, Arab women, women from all over the world trying to get into this group filled up with high value men. And he wanted to give sisters a chance. But here's the thing. If you get a woman like this, then this is a beautiful young lady, beautiful woman. But if you get a woman like this and she has these expectations, she's going to look past those high value men in the first place. And then guess what's going to happen? Becky's going to pick her up. Maria's going to pick her up. Ling Ling is going to pick up. You heard Kevin say that time and time again. So he was speaking from a very practical matter. Kevin never said this woman couldn't get married. He's just saying, are you looking for a high value man? And that's kind of a repeating thing, because if you're looking for a high value man, you're going to have to lower your expectations. But I'm going to go ahead and let them finish. And as I said before, I'm going to talk about a few, and then I'm going to let him cook on his own in a minute.
You want more children?
Of course I do. I really want 6. Is something wrong with that?
What do you do for a living?
A lot of kids.
I get EDD.
Oh, you broke, baby. You broke. Look at him looking. Look how he looking at.
I mean,
He got that
I don't know
Malcolm
what
X.
that is.
unemployment.
So you're an unemployed mother of 3 with 3 baby daddies, and you talking about you can't find a man?
Yes. I'm pretty sure God, I want somebody that's going to help me. Like, you don't think that I could get that?
It's called Jesus.
I mean, sorry, but you don't think that I can get somebody to help me? You don't think a man is going to let
It's
me?
called Jesus.
Huh?
Jesus.
So basically, you telling me to call on Jesus.
And a therapist.
And I thought you was, well, can me and you be together then?
Sure. After you call on Jesus and the therapist and get a makeover.
Oh,
You want to troll me? I'm better at it than you.
now you got to remember, these women been calling in there night after night. At this point, Kevin Samuels is a well-known quantity, so they know exactly what they get. They call this man for this, and I mean, this is what they asked for, and he gave them what they asked for. All right, let's go ahead and look at the next video. You guys make sure you You guys make sure you type Kevin Samuels in the chat room. Let's check out the next video.
I don't know. I don't. I don't know.
You,
It's the
you know
patience.
what a common you know what a common denominator is?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's the bottom line. Yes, I know.
No,
That's
that's not what a common denominator is.
What
The
is it?
same thing.
that's basic math, baby. Common denominator. But anyway, I'm gonna let Kevin finish because I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead.
What is it?
The only common denominator in all of our relationships is us.
Correct. But men these days, it's difficult because they want their cake and eat it too.
It's always the man, huh?
It's the man's fault.
It could be the woman too,
No,
but
we're talking about you.
Now, again, so I mean, I just want to re-emphasize the fact that these women call Kevin night in and night out. And it wasn't just women in the United States, women all over the world. I remember there was one video we had a woman who's a runway model calling in. And they ask these questions. And when they fly out of your mouth, when you're thinking these things, probably makes a lot of sense. But at the point when those words emerge from your mouth and you hear yourself, if you don't know how silly it sounds, if you can look at Kevin Samuels' expression, he'll let you know just how silly it sounds. And some of these things, you know, the shifting blame on men, you know, I think when women actually hear other women say that, they start realizing, hold on a minute, damn, that's not always the men's fault. And I think that was a wet method in which Kevin was able to teach women, this is how you sound. Here you are refusing to accept accountability for the situation you're in when you chose to be with these men. Now, again, nobody wants to be chastised, especially adults, but they're like children in that regard, or I think children might be better at accepting chastisement. But again, these women called in. Kevin always held himself out as an image consultant, and he's letting her know how she looks, objectively speaking, not necessarily physical, but on paper and the perspective wise. But I'm gonna go ahead and let Kevin finish cooking.
So if I talk to all your exes and ask them how did they experience you, what do you think they'd say?
they're gonna give good stuff out. They're gonna say I have a little attitude and my mouth is
You got
slick,
attitude.
but that's about it.
We know that. We know that. We know that.
That's about it?
Yeah. They gonna say good stuff. I mean, as far as the bad stuff, but you know, they gonna say I'm independent. You know,
Who gives a shit about no disrespect, man? Who gives a shit that you're a functioning adult? Nobody cares that you've been holding it down. That means you're taking care of yourself. But you say they're gonna say you got an attitude and a slick mouth, and that's it.
You do. She gonna
that I'm
That's it,
loving
huh?
and caring. That I'm loving and caring.
So much so that you got an attitude and a slick mouth.
and can't keep no man. Clearly, you ain't loving and caring enough, baby. You got good teeth, though. I like your teeth. Your teeth are pretty, but slick, it's not gonna go anywhere. Not with a high value man. And remember, you guys, Kevin these women wanted high value man. They just want any man. You can have a man. Go down to the gas station, some men out there, they'll pump your gas, hop right in the car for you. And I mean, you know, they'll put the air, you give them a few dollars. You can come back and see them any. If you want a man, there's men out there available. But if you want a high value man, you're gonna have to recognize that those men have a lot of options, and one of them might not be available to you. Okay. And high value men is not necessarily somebody with some money. Kevin always pointed out the fact that he didn't count entertainers and sports figures. Those don't count. Okay. They might be wealthy, they might have money, but they are not high value men, because high value men are more than just entertainers and sports figures. They've actually built themselves up. That's not saying that a sports figure couldn't become a high value man using money and the resources and the connections and so on and so forth. But we need to establish the fact that these women called in because they wanted a certain caliber of man, and Kevin was simply pointing out to them from the position of an image consultant, maybe you might not be qualified for that. So let's go ahead and take a listen.
What makes women like you think that that's acceptable?
Ooh.
I speak my mind. If nothing don't feel right, then
That's why you're alone. That's why you're alone.
Ooh. Nothing. You got nothing to say. Oh man, the other thing you guys got to know about is that Kevin Samuels was the master of the pregnant pause. He would sit, he would listen, and then all of a sudden he would just get real quiet and be real expressive with his face. And you know, those silent moments spoke volumes for how he really felt. But we got one more video, and then I'm just gonna let it roll. You guys are gonna have a great time. But we'll check this last video out. I'm gonna screen through it, give a little commentary, and then we'll let Kevin cook. All right, let's check this last one out. So
on a regular schmegular degular day, I'd say maybe a 6.
okay.
I will give you a 6. And a 6 is cute.
All right, so here's the thing. Kevin would say, you know, women would call in because we got a lot of women who get offended. Oh, he called her ugly. She said she's average. No, Kevin would ask the women, you know, how would you rank yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, and you can't use 7? And they would give a number. And the reason he said 7 is because 7 is above average, but it's not overly, it's not too close to 10. Well, when they would, and they would then have to realize that I'm clearly not a 10. So they didn't want to appear too delusional. And so that's why he eliminated 7. Again, this man had a well thought out plan to how to get women to be honest with themselves and to try to help to dispel the delusion that has become rampant in what he would call modern women. Some women just overvalue themselves. And, you know, and that's just where the man was coming from. Again, his whole goal was try to get folk together again in relationships. So how you got these men over here who are qualified to be fathers, husbands, who are financially stable and they have all their soft skills together. They got the money together. And then you have a bunch of women over here who think they're better than these average men. You're an average woman. You think you're better than an average man. You shooting above, you fighting out of your weight class, baby. You up here. You up here in the NBA trying to get in the All-Star game. You need to go back to Santa Monica, Long Beach, and get in the G League. You ain't qualified. That's all the brother was saying. Kevin Samuels was basically doing what Aaron Sloan did. You're not qualified, Queen. But in a far more eloquent way, you know, and just trying to help bring some of that delusion down, because what was happening is you got a bunch of women who overvalue themselves and they're not getting married, and they end up waiting for this high value man or this prince in shining armor. He's not going to show up because he's looking past you, baby. That's all he's saying. That's all he's saying. He's looking past you. He don't see you. You just look too wide. Okay, you look too husky. But anyway, let's keep listening.
A 5 is average. So if you're a cute woman, that's one step above average. The average black man in this country earns $41,500 for a lifetime. No more, no less.
That's right.
No Herculean methods, no lottery, no businesses. That's what he's going to make. That's your husband.
But what if I have degrees?
Thank you. See? That is why you could be on fries at McDonald's, but if you look like Kelly Rowland, you can marry a millionaire. But you could graduate from Harvard, but if you look like Precious, you ain't got nothing coming.
I mean, did he lie? I mean, come on now. Did the man lie? You all know that if a woman is fine enough, that a man will pick her up. He will pick her up out the gutter and dust her off and shine her up. Okay, that's what he'll do if she's fine enough, and if she's available. Because see, along with the fine also comes available. Because see, a lot of you women are good looking, you're fine, but you're not available because you got too many. You got 3 kids, a dog, a cat. He don't want to pack all that up in his Lamborghini and take you to his villa on the mountaintop. He don't want to do that. You know, you're not available. You make yourself unavailable by some of the decisions that you make. You know, you hooked up with this guy and that guy early on, and yeah, we get it was a mistake. But golly, one child, okay, now you got 2, 3. That's all the brother was trying to explain to you all. Like, you got to have some more realistic expectations based on, you know, the condition that you come in. And again, I know this is a sore spot for a lot of women, but when related to the sexual marketplace value, okay, and I want to be very distinct about that. When we're talking about the sexual marketplace value, not your value as a human being, okay? Because a lot of women say, he said we not valuable after we get 30 because we hit the wall. That's not what the brother said. The brother said, if you are 35 and you are trying to compete with a 20-year-old woman who is you 15 years ago, then she's going to have a higher sexual marketplace value than you. Not that she's more valuable as a human being. The man never put judgments on your value as a human being. You're a valuable human being. In fact, I would argue that a married woman with children, with a husband and family is as valuable, is some of the most valuable most valuable human capital in the world to her family, to her children, to her husband. But if you take that same woman, she gets divorced, and you throw her back in the sexual marketplace, men are gonna say, well, you know, you got too much luggage with you, baby. You got 3 kids, you got a husband, and there's a young woman over here who's 23, and she doesn't have the children, she doesn't have any of that. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm gonna go ahead and go with her. Not that you're not a nice lady, not that you don't have value as a human being. I'm sure you're a wonderful person, but when it comes to, hey, do I want to have continue a life with this woman? Do I want to have children? You have too much luggage, baby. It's too much. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and let Kevin Samuels cook himself. You all check out Kevin Samuels. When you see the next it's gonna be a roasting session for about 45, 50 minutes. And I'm gonna sit back and laugh over here, man. Y'all check this out and just enjoy yourself, baby. Just enjoy yourself. Again, we're talking about Kevin Samuels, the legacy continues. Shout out to all of his fans. Let's check this out.
Stingy with the puss.
Excuse me?
I'm stingy with it. I do not give it up easily.
You're a baby mama, though, right?
Baby, I've never been married.
Let's talk about this, though. See, I find it funny that women like yourself, baby mamas, all of a sudden want to get stingy with the puss after you done gave your womb up before a ring. But then you want the high value men to put a ring on it before he gets it?
So am I supposed to give it away?
You goddamn right you already did. Because here's the thing, ma'am, you're a used vehicle wanting brand new 2021 prices. You can laugh all you want to, ma'am, but you just said 6 months. You're not even exclusive. You're talking about he's marriage minded. Here's the thing, men with options don't play these games.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a high value man?
I would say so.
No, but is he making $10,000 a month or more?
No.
Then he's not a high value man. Is the guy that you've been with 6 months who's non-exclusive making $10,000 a month or more?
Yeah, he is.
So in other words, the broke nigga got the pussy in the womb for free, but the rich nigga can't even get. This is crazy. This is crazy.
I honestly think that a lot of the advice out there is to reserve the goodies.
There's no reserving anything, ma'am.
I have a master's in public administration, and I have a law degree.
How tall are you?
5'9",
Dress size?
16.
You didn't choose to be single.
I'm sorry?
How much do you weigh?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
I weigh 200.
Okay, so. All right, let me let you get your big ass up off my show because
Okay.
I don't do this. Men choose women based on money first.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my God, that's the perfect question. Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Where you from, man? Where are you from, man?
I'm from Mississippi.
Mississippi goddamn variants. I swear to God.
I'm from Mississippi.
When people are poor, they honestly believe, especially when you're poor-minded. So men pick women based on money.
Yes, absolutely. Status. Yes.
No, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not even, I don't even want to do this, but I'm going to do you.
I'll make you famous.
You're going to become famous, man. Because men pick women based upon looks first. In the comment section, gentlemen, ma'am, were you raised with your father?
I was.
Do you have any brothers?
I don't.
Okay. And you're how old again?
29.
You've been wrong on fully about 80% of the things that have come out of your mouth. And you haven't, and it doesn't matter if I use facts, data. You can go, and you're a social worker, go pull it all this for yourself. You're saying that men pick women based upon the money. Okay, then there's a question. Why do you have women like Jill Scott? Why do you have these women who are chronically single if men pick women based upon money first? Why do black women report the more education they have and the more money they make being less married?
I don't know.
Well, according to what you say, men pick women based upon money first.
Yeah.
But according to the numbers, they don't. Stacey Abrams, successful woman. She has money. Where's her husband? Gabrielle Sidibe. She had to go get an average-looking white dude. Do you want to retract that statement?
I don't. I stand on that, and I believe that. I mean, that's just some women. I mean, some women that you're not. Oprah. Oprah has a man.
Oprah's fucking married.
She's not married, but she has money.
Exactly. Thank you.
If a man is not interested in these so-called average women, why do they impregnate them? Why do they get themselves tied and leave their children with these women?
Over here, I deal strictly with facts, data, and statistics above anything else.
That's correct.
Okay. So you said if men don't want to marry these average women, why they get them pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's first start off with the fact that 54% of black men are single and childless. 54% of black men have no children. 30% of black men are married. And the children that come out of that marriage are exempted from your statement.
That is correct.
So that gives us 54 and 30. That's 84. That means a full 80% of the children being made in the black community are being made by less than 20% of the men. So to answer your question is, why are women having children with men with multiple children who aren't married? And then women like you asking, why are the women picking them?
You got me there, Kevin.
Goddamn right I did.
You got me there.
Because you came in with that same old talking point that men are leaving babies everywhere. You said if these men don't want these average women, then why are they leaving them with babies? That is an accusation that men are having, and they're average. That's not supported by the facts. See, no one's leaving children. Are these women starting out married?
No, they're not.
Then you know that if a woman has a child today with 33 forms of birth control, it is not like it was when we were coming up. If a child is born today, it's because a woman chose to bring it to term. The better question is, why are these women who share your reflection choosing to be single mothers? Why would anybody want to deal with it?
Let's see. I'm intelligent. I'm motivated. I have my own business. I maintain my own lifestyle. I'm not understanding the full scope of your question.
Well, see, that's the problem now, ain't it? You just described yourself as a man. See, you got to understand what the men want. And nothing you said in there was anywhere close to being feminine, beautiful, inspirational, caring, loving. The way you're talking almost sounds like a dude. Better go back to your husband. That's all you got. Especially in New York. What part of New York?
Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah. No, it's done. And how tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
How much do you weigh?
180.
Goodbye. Why can't you find a husband? Especially if you were with a man for 4 years. Why didn't y'all get married?
It just didn't work out.
You're a college-educated woman. Please do better.
Yeah.
It did not work out, meaning what? Did you break it off or did he break it off?
Yeah,
Who left?
broke it off.
You broke it off with him. Why?
I thought I could do better.
Exactly. I'm trying to be as nice as possible. 4 years,
Yes, sir.
and you thought you could do better. Why?
I'm copying to that.
But what did he do?
He was indecisive.
What did he do for a living?
He was a regional director for a fast food company.
A regional manager or a regional director?
Director.
Right. Did he earn more than you?
A lot more.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in customer service.
Like a call center?
Yeah.
Oh, are you trolling me?
I promise I'm not. Like,
So
no,
let me
I'm
get
serious.
this right. You're an overweight customer service agent.
What? Oh, I would say.
I don't care what you would say. I'm the professional image coach. Look, ma'am, so he was definitely making over 6 figures.
Well, no. He's making that now.
So pay attention, everybody. Average black woman leaves a 4-year relationship because she thinks she can do better. Good for you, brother. Hope you work at a Sonic or White Castle or whatever. Do you have cat insurance, ma'am?
I don't like cats. Danger zone! Oh, God.
Because this is kind of crazy. You've likely already met your guy and you blew it. You didn't say he did anything wrong. You just thought you could do better. Why did you think you could do better?
Well, at the time, he wasn't where he was. This is where he is now. He was working his way up.
Exactly. And like far too many black women, you don't want to wait. Because see, the funny thing is, you guys are getting a kick out of this. The world likes it this way because you're 21, you're 35, you both will die alone.
No, definitely not.
Okay. What does your husband have to say about that?
What does he have to say? He isn't going to say much. He's not going to come on this camera.
So who does it right?
What do you mean, who does it right?
Okay, you tell me the tone. Tell me who does it right. Give me a model.
Okay, so we can't give you a model. The fact is, I'm going to give you a model.
Black men don't like to be.
Excuse me, then do
I
respect.
think that's the issue.
Okay, do respect, and you can't tell me how to do it. You can't tell me a model. You saying do something better, and you're just using a bunch of words.
We can't give you a model because the
Then
thing is, you treat people how you want to be treated. So therefore, I am the best model of how I want to be treated. So therefore, I'm going to be the best person. Okay.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I say I don't like your steak. I say I like steak, and you make me a steak, and I say I don't like your steak, and you say, well, what do you like? Well, this is not good. It should be better. Okay. What do you mean by better? Should it be more flavorful? Should it be that? How you like it cooked? Well, just better. It should be common sense. Speak your steak like you want to.
No.
Listen to the example in full. Wouldn't you ask me at some point, whose steak are you comparing it to? What's a model? Give me an idea. You wouldn't just keep telling them, well, just know. You focus on bullshit, so you see bullshit. You mean to tell me, okay, in the black community, let's take adultery. Let's take cheating. Okay. Where are you going?
I'm going to go. I was trying to make me another drink because you.
I think you need to have. No. You sit here and have a conversation. You don't walk away with 18,000 people watching.
I'm sitting. Calm down and settle down.
No, don't do that to me, because you don't do that, man. That's disrespectful.
Okay, I'm sitting.
If I was a white man, you wouldn't have pulled that shit. I tell you that much. You would have turned your back and walked away on me.
If you was white?
Yes.
If I wanted to get up and make me a drink, I would just get up, but it don't have nothing to do with color, Mr. Samuels.
Yeah, well, how about this? It has something to do with respect for the platform, the audience, and everything else. That's just improper. But see, we're too informal with one another. And the fact that I'm a black man, you take certain liberties that you would not take with other people from other races because you got to be on your better behavior. That's my point. That's my point. And I'm going to move on. The black community, black men, when surveyed, asked about in committed relationships, what percentage of black men cheat at? Cheated at 28% rate. What rate do black women cheat at?
I don't know. What's the number?
24. And there are 2 million more of us. Every time a black man is cheating with somebody, he's cheating with somebody that's usually with a woman, married or in a relationship. Men want sex, sandwich, and silence. You need to be a place of peace. Not an annoyance. Well, we need silence.
Okay.
Silence.
I like that
more
30.
silence. I didn't say more sex. I didn't say more sandwich. I said more silence.
Okay.
And another thing, say yes.
My mom just taught me that. That's so crazy you said that. I used to be very no. My mom just told me to be more yes. When a guy asks me want to hang out, when a guy
you can't make this shit up.
This is so crazy, Kevin.
You
My
cannot make
mom
this.
just
This is why I
taught me
told
this.
you silence. This is why I told you silence. You can't make it up.
Oh my goodness.
You cannot make this shit up. Silence. Because y'all think it's being cute. And y'all think it's funny when you're getting back and forth in arguments and sasses. Men don't want to deal with you. That's why men die earlier, because stress levels. Men want peace. And if you can't say yes, my dog can die alone. Because guess what? Becky, Marisol, Mylene, I knew they know how to say yes.
They sure do.
And they are coming after your college-educated black men.
They are.
Because y'all are leaving them on the ground. Because they're goofy in their lane. And because you don't know how to sex sandwich silence. You say yes. And be peaceful. Your choice, though. No pain, no gain. The ultimate saying is, I don't want to have to carry any of it. I would help, but I want him to be able to pay 100% of everything.
At least the major stuff. I want to give him that.
No, man. When I say the mortgage, the car notes, the insurance, the retirement, the kids' college fund, all that stuff is something. What percentage of that do you want to have to be responsible for? And I'm just asking, what do you want to?
I would rather my husband, if God lets me have one, to pay mortgage.
This ain't about God. This is a natural choice. I'm a Christian, but this is natural. God ain't got no part in our failures down here.
Well, the major bills, I would prefer my husband to pay, just to have that household role.
So in other words, ma'am, you want a husband that can fund, that can afford to cover you and 2 kids, to where your money is discretionary.
I would help with the kids. No, I wouldn't do
I'm talking about the finances of the family. I'm not talking about the administering of the family. See, this is a question that so many black women don't think about the math of it. Because the next part is coming home. You said, I don't want to have to work to have to pay significant bills after I'm pregnant. That means your husband has to pay all the significant bills if you're not working, right?
I think I mistook that.
Ask your husband why y'all divorced. What would he tell me?
Domestic violence.
Okay. How often did you beat his ass?
No, I'm the victim. And I'm okay with that. I thank God I got out alive.
And how long you been divorced?
For 2 years.
How long were y'all married?
7 months.
So now hold on. I know I got a new calculator, but you got kids that are like in their 20s.
Right.
About 2 different guys or about one?
About one.
Why didn't you marry him?
The last one?
No, the one that impregnated you once or twice.
Oh, he went to jail.
Oh, so you pick ass whoopers and felons. And then you're going to complain about what other... I need you to stop right here, ma'am. I need you to slow the whole French toast down. I'm not going to let you get on here and talk about what black men are not when you pick and dudes that whoop your ass and are felons. See, I'm not going to sit around and let you black women just sit around and talk about hey, black men ain't here and they ain't this, they ain't that, when in your own life, you pick shit. How tall are you?
I am a stallion. I'm 5'10".
Dress size?
Huh?
Dress size?
I'm 14.
Okay.
You and all your little...
Yeah, I do the same. Do you not? You get the same thing everybody else gets.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. So at 5'10", 5'10", hold on. 5'10".
Don't try me, Kevin.
Oh no, see, don't tell me what not to do. I've been nothing but hold on. Don't you
Fresh face out of the shower, your natural face. You can't use 7. What would you rank yourself? 1 to 10?
A 6.
Okay. A 6 is right above average. A 5 is average, right? If you're average to cute looking, if you're below average health from a weight standpoint, and you have 2 children, overall, does that make you below average, average, or above average?
Average.
Then why should you get above average? What do you mean settle for? You should get what you are.
I see millionaires with average women all the time.
They don't have big chest tattoos either. And 2 other kids. Let's be honest. Why should an average woman say she's settling for an average man? You said, so I should just settle for an average guy. And I'm like, You're an average woman. Why would you be settling and he wouldn't? So what would he be doing? Would he be upgrading?
He don't got no money. So if he don't have no money,
You ain't fine enough for no money.
I'm not fine enough for no money.
No. You said you're 6. You don't get money. You get second shift at the plant. Did you go to college?
No, I didn't. I have my own business. Though.
Congratulations. Don't care. Ma'am, you got 2 children. The numbers together would be average. An average man would be upgrading to get you.
Okay, so I guess we'll be settling for each other.
No. My issue is you said settling for him. That means you'd be getting something less than what you deserve.
If he's not adding to me, then that will be settling, right?
That is why I have no problem telling women to die alone. You are unfit for a real relationship. You may have a great body and lots of guys may want to have sex with you, but I don't think many guys can stand to be in a room with you longer than after the sex is over.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
On a regular schmegular degular day, I'd say maybe a 6.
Okay. I will give you a 6. And a 6 is cute. A 5 is average. So if you're a cute woman, that's one step above average. The average black man in this country earns $41,500 for a lifetime. No more, no less. No Herculean methods, no lottery, no businesses. That's what he's going to make. That's your husband.
But what if I have degrees?
Thank you. See? That is why you could be on fries at McDonald's, but if you look like Kelly Rowland, you can marry a millionaire. But you could graduate from Harvard, but if you look like Precious, you ain't got nothing coming.
I wanted a high value man. What do I do?
Be reincarnated. You can't get one.
I have a master's in public administration, and I have a law degree.
How tall are you?
5'9".
Dress size?
16.
You didn't choose to be single.
I'm sorry?
How much do you weigh?
Who, me? I weigh 200.
Okay, so all right, let you get your big ass up off my show because I don't do this.
Okay, you're 39. How many children do you have?
3. And 3 baby daddies and they all gang bang.
So what do you want as an outcome?
I want somebody that's loyal. It's really hard to find loyalty nowadays. You really can't find it at the next corner or none of that. Like these men now.
Hold on. Loyal to what end? Like a husband? What are you talking about?
I want a husband. I want to get married, have kids.
Why,
I want to
if
live in a house.
Hold on. You're 39 with 3 children, right?
Yes.
How old is your youngest?
3 years old.
And you want more children?
Of course I do. I really want 6. Is something wrong with that?
What do you do for a living?
I get EDD. Is that, I
don't know what that is.
Unemployment. So
you're an unemployed mother of 3 with 3 baby daddies, and you talking about you can't find a man?
Yes. I'm pretty sure God, I want somebody that's going to help me. Like, you don't think that I could get that?
It's called Jesus.
Sorry, but you don't think that I can get somebody to help me? You don't think a man is going to love me?
It's called Jesus.
Huh?
Jesus.
So basically, you telling me to call on Jesus
Mm-hmm. And a therapist.
and a you. I thought you was. Well, can me and you be together then?
Sure. After you call on Jesus and the therapist and get a makeover. You want to troll me? I'm better at it than you.
To stop calling women queens. We need to stop calling women queens. First, let me apologize to you. I am sorry, black woman, that you did not have your father in the household. I am sorry that you did not get to be a little girl and get to be daddy's little princess. I'm sorry you didn't get that. I am. It's truly unfortunate that so many of you did not have a chance to be a princess and daddy's little girl and all that stuff. However, you're over 18. Princess is reserved for women teenage and under. The only way to become a queen is to be married to a king. You're not queens, nor are you princesses. See, when you walk around telling women that they're royalty, you cannot be surprised when they act in an elite fashion. How much did you weigh the last time you weighed yourself?
180. But as you could tell, I'm heavy chested.
Yes,
like
but listen. 5'4", 180. You weigh more than a man.
No, I do not. Just because I weigh more than a man does not mean that.
First off, listen. First off, is it true or not? I said you weigh more than a man. Then you said no, I do not. And then you said just because I do. Which one is it?
I mean, I carry
you
my
weigh
weight
more than a
well.
man. You weigh more than a man at your height.
Because I'm big breasted. That's
No,
why.
man, because you're overweight.
Are you being actively vetted by a man of value to be his wife?
I have.
Are you being actively vetted by a man of value to be his wife?
Yes.
Are you in a relationship right now?
No, I'm not.
Then you're not actively being vetted by a man of value to be his wife.
When you, okay.
Stop the cap.
We were
Who
not.
Who filed for divorce?
Um,
Who filed for divorce?
it was a mutual decision.
Who filed for divorce?
It was mutual.
Who filed for divorce? Who filed for divorce? Who filed for divorce?
I can't necessarily.
Who filed for divorce?
I did.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know how you sound. You sound very aggressive.
No, I do know that.
Okay, what are you doing about it?
I'm working on it.
Exactly, what are you doing about it, though?
I catch myself in the moment. I try to check it. I apologize when needed.
So you do damage, then you do repair.
I try to check it before it happens.
Okay.
I didn't think I was aggressive right now, but
no, ma'am. I'm doing my level best to not say what I really would normally say because you came on the phone and you sounded like, "Hey, how you doing?" Da, da, da. I'm like, "Well, goddamn, can you give me some femininity?" I mean, it's just like, "Brah," and that's just the way you talk.
Right.
The first thing you came out of your mouth, it was the word "fuck." Where's that lady like?
You're right. I was just repeating what someone said. I shouldn't have said that.
You were being yourself, though.
No, I don't curse on the regular. People who know me, I don't use the word. I don't use that often.
Cool. But you're an educated woman.
If you want to say so, yeah.
You didn't just have to be a high school. You had more than high school. It means you have a college degree, yes or no?
Yes.
All right. That makes you an educated woman.
Yeah.
And if you know that you have this aggression at this thing with you and you're not paying some counselor and doing some work, you're not doing anything.
Are you
31.
And your ex-husband did what?
He's a doctor. He's a psychiatrist.
And how long ago were you married?
Up until 3 years ago.
How much older was your husband than you?
We'll say 35 years.
So he's 53.
Currently, yes.
Why'd y'all divorce?
My husband got sick with cancer, and that changed him, and it changed the dynamics of our marriage.
Is he in remission?
Yes, he is.
And who filed for divorce?
I did.
Why?
He became mentally, emotionally, and financially abusive.
He took care of you just fine up until he got sick.
Correct.
And then when he was fighting for his life, you became a snowflake. Did you have to work when you were married?
No, but I chose.
No, you didn't have to. No. You chose. But you didn't pay no real bills. You didn't have no skills. Knock it off. I'm gonna be honest, man. This is a whole mess. Though even the way you're talking, it just sounds like, ugh. And how tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
How much do you weigh?
180.
Goodbye.
So I'm supposed to be miserable.
No, you're supposed to be an adult.
Okay.
Bro, hang up on that nigga, man. He trash.
I'm listening. I just want to.
Who is this? Is that Big Shirley?
He said, "Is that Big Shirley?" You know he talks shit. That's him.
I mean, I'm trash. See, that's what I'm saying. This woman, this so-called woman, supposed woman can say I'm trash. What if I said this wrong, Big Shirley? Bring the facts, the data, the statistics. Don't bring your trash ass attitude and take your bonnet off if you're gonna get on here.
Bitch, I don't want to go hang.
Yeah, that's what, and see, and that's what I mean. That's all you gotta do. That's comes out to bitches and everything else. That's why your fat ass gonna die by yourself. Kick rocks. You can't make this shit up.
I appreciate what you do. I think you're great for men, but I got a question for you. You are not putting in the fact that not all men are great men, and toxicity and dysfunction.
You pick them.
Absolutely.
So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear how all men aren't great men. You pick who you let in your body, and you pick who you make a baby for. So I don't want to hear how bad they are, because I'm sorry.
No,
I know too many. So what's the question? Not all men are great men. I want to talk about the men you women choose. I don't want to talk about anybody else other than men you women choose.
Absolutely. And not everybody ends as they began. That's the field I'm in.
So what's the
right?
question? What's the question?
So my question for you is, how do you add that variable into the advice that you're giving people?
How do I add what variable in? What's the variable?
That you have to have a 2-parent household and be married for somebody to somebody, and because that's what it should be. That's what you're saying. That should be.
No. Yeah, I don't know what you think you just said, but I need you to ask you. You ask me to answer a question. What variable are you asking me to add in?
The variable of toxicity, dysfunction.
Toxicity and dysfunction have nothing. Oh, look, ma'am.
Okay.
You're talking about the toxicity. You pick. If you don't know how to pick, no, ma'am. Here's how you put that in. Relationships are reflective. If you pick toxic, whatever, then that's on you. It's your responsibility. You deal with the outcome. You don't blame him for being toxic. That's what you picked. That's your problem.
That's fair. I agree.
So I'm not going to add in the variable for over people over here. I'm going to say pick better. But see, picking better requires you to have a calibrated picker. Picking better requires you to actually have somebody helping you, guide you, and outside of your own feelings of what you want and subjective truths. Picking better requires picking stuff that's not atavistic, that he's hot, he's got a six-pack, he got a big Johnson. No, he's boring, he got a job in a 401k and potential. See, you ladies, women have known how to pick since the beginning of time. It's just in the last 50 years, you ladies have tried to pick based upon your feelings and what makes you happy. And it doesn't work. You pick the worst and you reproduce with them. See, the problem is not picking them in. The problem is reproducing with them, making children with them, and then throwing this chaos out into the community, and then asking men like myself and everybody else to address it later. Don't have their babies. Have all you want to with toxic men. Don't make babies with them. Pretty simple.
Fair enough.
Especially not 1, 2, or 3 of them outside of marriage. Tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Dress size?
I'm like a 4. A 4 or 5.
You mind backing camera up?
My face looks a lot heavier. I hold a lot of weight in my face, but I'm petite.
Do that so we can see up and down, but I don't really.
Well, I don't really have real clothes on right now. I kind of have. I recently had surgery, so I have
What kind of surgery?
I don't want to blast myself. You got 6,000.
Okay. What's the most you've ever weighed?
100 and
150 pounds.
Okay. Yeah, you look much bigger than your last size 4. I mean, I know
I'm
you got a
not,
full
trust
face,
me.
but
The ladies know this is true. Women would rather be second, third, or fourth in a rotation of the kind of man that her and her friends want than to be number one of the third string guy. The second string guy is trying to become the first string guy. So, gentlemen, understand the psychology of this whole thing. If you are not getting married, which many modern men are opting not to do, how are you going to maintain leverage in the sexual marketplace? You maintain leverage with the woman you have by the other women. Oh, I know some women are hot, but you're hot because I'm telling the truth. Because all this, what do I bring? He's got to prove himself to me, and I am the table. See, bump all that. Fuck this shit. All that I am the table shit goes out the window when they are racing, trying to keep up with the keeping up with the other women who are getting your attention. Emotional damage. That's right, emotional damage. A lot of these women stop worrying about being so full of their pride and everything else because, guys, after age 30, 50% off, but you're still moving like she's still full price.
what are the consequences of having a child out of wedlock?
The consequences of having a child out of wedlock is that the dad may not be there. But the consequences of having a child
Hold on. I need you. Hold on. I'm not your. Slow down. Consequence of having a child out of wedlock is it lowers your value. You keep putting it off to the dad, but guess this is the United States of America. No child gets born in this country unless a woman wants it to.
Okay, so I have another question.
Okay, you're not gonna skip on past that. So it's not like,
I know.
oh no, you're not going. No. I run my show, and the thing is, you ladies gonna have to understand that you may love your child, but to the world, it's just another person, and it does lower your value. And I don't know why in the black community where we used to, I'm 53, 51 years old, and I remember women used not to, when the woman got pregnant, she used to have to go out of the country. I mean, go to the country. You couldn't be around folks being a baby mama. You had to go somewhere. And now we act like it ain't no big deal. And then we want to always talk about the daddy. Well, you picked him. You decided to have unprotected sex with a man and then carry a child to term. He has one choice to have sex with you. The mother decides whether or not a child is born and kept. You could have a child and put it up for adoption. So, due respect, the world does not owe baby mamas sympathy like that. It's a choice. And my mama was one, and she'll tell you the same damn thing. Denominator in all of our relationships.
I don't know. I don't know. It's the patience.
You know what a common denominator is?
Yeah, it's the bottom line. Yes, I know.
No, that's not what a common denominator is.
What
the
is
same thing.
What is it?
The only common denominator in all of our relationships is us.
Correct. But men these days, it's difficult because they want their cake and eat it too.
It's always the man, huh?
It could be the woman too, but
no, we're talking about you. So if I talk to all your exes and ask them how do they experience you, what do you think they'd say?
They're gonna give good stuff out. They're gonna say I have a little attitude and my mouth is slick, but that's about it.
That's about it?
Yeah. They gonna say good stuff. I mean, as far as the bad stuff, but they gonna say I'm independent.
Who gives a shit about you? No disrespect, man. Who gives a shit that you're a functioning adult? Nobody cares that you've been holding it down. That means you're taking care of yourself. But they're gonna say you got an attitude and a slick mouth, and that's it?
That I'm loving and caring. That I'm loving and caring.
So much so that you got an attitude and a slick mouth. What makes women like you think that that's acceptable?
I speak my mind. If nothing don't feel right, then I'm
That's why you're alone. That's why you're alone.
It's about value.
Yeah, and your value is low.
Oh, wow. And how do you know that? You're not
Because
sure
you're 5'4" and 200 pounds.
Okay.
And 37 years old with 2 kids. That's how I know. In Kentucky.
Okay. That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion.
You never seen my body before, so you just
I don't have to see your body. I know you're 5'4" and almost 200 pounds with 2 kids in Kentucky. And I see your picture.
You just say you
And I'm
can't see
listening to how you talk. And I'm listening to your energy. I'm listening to your tone. I'm listening to your relationships. See, what it is, you ladies don't like when somebody is this direct with you. Honest. I got no dog in this fight. I had a woman on here earlier and I told her she was absolutely gorgeous. I ain't trying to screw you. You ain't giving me no money. What am I getting out of this?
Nothing.
Are your children an asset to another man?
They can be.
I didn't ask if they can. How can they be?
Some guys just want to be stepdaddy.
No. Tell me how they can be an asset.
I can't tell you nothing right now. Can't think of anything. So you got me. You're right.
Bottom line, ma'am, you married a military guy. Why are y'all divorcing?
He was cheating, and we can't work it out because he's a narcissist. So
Okay,
it's just not
hold on.
working out.
Narcissist, has he had a clinical designation of narcissist? Or are you just saying that?
Clinical medication. Something's going on.
Narcissists lack empathy. Okay, so a narcissist is a narcissist. He's been around children, so he has no. Okay, all right. I'm gonna say this, ma'am. This whole high value thing has a lot of you ladies in a bad position. Ma'am, you're in Alabama. You're divorced with 2 kids. And you want one, do you care if he's black? The man is black?
I would prefer him to be black, yes.
And that means you want 8% of black men. 8%. 8% of black men earn over $100,000 and they don't really tend to live in Alabama.
I'm a 37-year-old woman, 2 children, and I've been celibate for 2 years.
What?
Sweetheart, I'm gonna tell you like this. My cookies is worth the wait.
Well, first off, check that, sweet. I know your cookies ain't worth the wait because you ain't made nobody wait. You got 2 kids without a marriage. So you meet a man that's a high value man, a good guy. You think you're gonna be celibate for what? What? Till you marry?
Yes.
You got your goddamn mind. Name me the product that gains value with age and use.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna tell me.
Yeah, nothing. Let's just talk about your cookies. They're getting older and they've been used.
That don't mean nothing.
You're right, they don't.
Oh, you are Henri. You are.
How tall are you?
About 5'4".
How much did you weigh the last time you weighed yourself?
180.
Hold on. 5'4", 180. You weigh more than a man.
No, I do not.
Just ended my engagement about 6 months ago.
Okay. How long were you guys together?
Off and on for 10 years.
She knows.
And he earned more than you?
Yes.
She knows.
Why'd you end the engagement?
Sex. I wasn't happy sexually.
You can't make this up,
if
folks.
I'm being
You
honest.
can't make this up, folks. Ma'am, die alone. I mean it, man. Die alone. 10 years a man invested in you and you left him because of sex. Die alone. You had options. Sir, if you're listening, do not take her back.
Damned if I don't.
I'm being honest. It's not cool.
Based upon women who are not married and what they say and what you think you see. But the one thing is, I said we judge on marriages. I don't care what women in the streets are saying. Do you want to be married?
Yes, I do.
Why?
I just think that's the right thing to do. Women should be married.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
That's just what I'm being told is the right thing to do.
Okay, well, jump off a bridge.
Okay.
That's the right thing to do too. If you want to die, jump off a bridge.
Well, I don't want to die. I want to
Okay,
live.
then your want matters. So don't just tell me why do you want to get married?
So that I can create a stable foundation for my
For
children,
whom?
future
For
generations,
whom?
for my children, and for
Right.
future.
What I ask you why you want to be married and you don't have a why, other than it's just the right thing to do. What do you got for me?
So I am 28. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I guess I just, I want to know why, what my stats are like.
For what?
I'm just wondering what kind of options would be available to me. I'll give you a quick synopsis. I'm 42 years old. Last year I used to weigh 203 pounds.
None.
No, I'm not finished.
None. Yeah,
That
you
was
are.
last year.
Yeah, you are.
This year I weighed 165.
No, ma'am. I said you're finished. You're finished.
I'm done.
Yep.
There's nothing left for me.
Not realistically.
Well, thank you.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Because I'm 42.
See, it's the age and the weight, and then if you have any children.
So my kids are.
Okay, ma'am. I don't need to. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. And I don't want this to be rude. Sound like rude, but see, when you over 40, and you're obese, and or even if you're coming down, you still can go the other way, and then you have children. Okay, the only way that there would ever be any chance for you is if you were gorgeous, and if you were gorgeous, you wouldn't be calling. So I need the people to understand. I'm not being rude. Just talk about your cookies. They're getting older and they've been used.
That don't mean nothing.
You're right, they don't.
Oh, you are Henri. It's about value.
Yeah, and your value is low.
All right. So look, like I said, man, nobody cooks like Kevin Samuels. And so basically, that was basically Kevin Samuels. That's how I became known publicly. 45 minutes of basically just putting people in, roasting them really, but really just putting there to helping them put things in perspective. And I mean, look, what a lot of people don't realize is, and what many people still don't know, is that Kevin Samuels also gave men a hard time. Okay. And you see him giving the women a hard time, but he gave men a real hard time. Most people miss that part. See, he's sexist. He's the chauvinist. Y'all never saw how he dealt with the fellas. I mean, for the first 3.5 years of his YouTube prominence, the brother was just roasting dudes back and forth. I mean, a lot of people who discovered Kevin Samuels during the final 2.5 years of his YouTube career, when his content became heavily focused on women dating standards and marriage and relationships, that's the Kevin Samuels you know. But before that, Kevin spent years talking directly to men. And when I say he talked to men, I mean, not only did he cook them, he barbecued them. He slow roasted them about their appearance. He fricasseed them about their weight. Okay. He fried them. Okay. In deep grease. You know that can of grease that your grandma had, that old grease, not the good grease. He deep fried them in that recycled cholesterol rich grease about their hygiene. He called them lazy. He gave them the blues when you call up there broke. You couldn't be broke. Don't call Kevin Samuels when you're broke, no job. He cooked men. You understand me? About thinking they deserve beautiful women without having anything to offer. He cooked men about not dressing well, not smelling good, not having discipline, not having ambition, and not presenting themselves like grown men. You walk around here with a baseball cap, you think you're supposed to get a dime? You're not worth a dime. You understand? So he really gave him that blues. And, and yes, Kevin had entire conversations with men about basic grooming and hygiene, including brothers not properly taking care of themselves. He wasn't playing with men at all. And let me tell you something else. When people try to reduce Kevin Samuels to just the guy who yelled at women, they're missing a major part of the story. Okay, the truth is Kevin Samuels was an image consultant. I want everybody in the chat room to say that with me. Image consultant. He did not give dating advice per se. He didn't tell you all these different rules, what you should do. No, he was an image consultant. This is how you called here. I am your mirror with a voice. I am telling you how you look from a professional standpoint. And that was the foundation of his work. And if you go back and you actually watch his earlier content, you'll see he was extremely balanced when it came to his role. He wasn't just telling women to have realistic standards. He was telling men the exact same thing. And I would argue that Kevin was actually more brutal on men than he was on women. Kevin didn't like lazy men. He didn't like sloppy men. He didn't like entitled men. He didn't like men who thought they could bring nothing to the table and still demand the best from a woman. And let me tell you something else. He didn't like men who talked about that whole 50-50 mindset. And for men who wanted the benefits of leadership without accepting the responsibility of leadership, he was not with that at all. Kevin made it very clear, if you're a man and your whole plan is to go 50-50, then you don't get to walk around expecting traditional treatment. You don't get to demand submission, respect, admiration, and access to beautiful women while refusing to carry the weight that comes with being a man. And that was Kevin's message to me. If you're fat, if you're lazy, if you're undisciplined, if you're poorly dressed, poorly groomed, financially unstable, and if you have nothing serious to offer a woman, then you've got another thing coming. If you call him Kevin Samuels, and Kevin did exactly, he was not polite. I just want you to know that the brother was openly hostile. He didn't have to hold back on the fellas. Okay, number one, he said he knew they could took it. So he was brutal. He was direct. But that was also part of what made him effective, because whether you agree with Kevin or not, he forced people to confront themselves. He forced women to confront the gap between their expectations and their reality. But he also forced men to confront the gap between their claim to be and who they claim to be and who they actually were. So what I want to do now is show many of the people the other side of Kevin that a lot of people conveniently like to ignore when they call him these names like sexist and chauvinist, etc. I have a compilation, again, some of the best moments that many of these podcasters have stolen and incorporated into their channel. So I'm just going to reappropriate them back for Brother Kevin. It's about 30 minutes long. This is Kevin Samuels cooking brothers for being out of shape, undisciplined, entitled, unhygienic. I mean, let me explain something to you ladies. There are a lot of men who were raised, unfortunately, and hygiene was not the priority. Okay. And so a lot of these men don't know how to properly brush their teeth. And that's unfortunate. Unless they go to the military or perhaps even prison, some institution where they're surrounded by other men. Many of them don't know how to wipe their butts correctly. And that's a shame. So you got 30-year-old men walking around with skid marks in their drawers. That's because they have not been taught to wipe their butts correctly. You understand? And these same men, they have these unrealistic expectations. They're unprepared for the kind of women they claim they want. And they want to, put all these expectations. So yeah, Kevin went in on them. Now the thing is, I'm actually, what I'll do is I will actually look at some of these videos with you guys. I'll preview a couple, just like I did to women. I want to be fair. I want to be, Uncle D is fair. I'm a fair person. I don't want y'all to think I'm going to sit up here and laugh at those ladies and not give these dudes the blues. So what we'll do is I'll take a couple of the videos of Kevin cooking dudes and we'll see how it goes. You guys make sure you
and an Uber driver.
Okay. Strike 1 and 2.
What?
Look at Kevin. Kevin is saying, first of all, sir, this is a broadcast for high value men. Okay. You are the dude that picks me up, and you got your rap tape or whatever you're doing. I don't know what's going on, but you ain't it. All right. So that's first rip. And then another thing, look, you don't look well groomed to me. Okay. You got that. That's not a corporate look, sir. You already got them wide set eyes. Okay. I know I'm supposed to be quiet. I know I'm supposed to let Kevin cook, but I can't help myself. I'm looking at these wide set eyes. And you know, you got the gecko, you're looking both ways. And so now you got the little mop head thing on. You look crazy, sir. You look crazy. I'm looking at you the way Kevin was looking at you right now. Uber driver, musician, you look crazy. But again, I'm not going to interrupt because I know, you know, I will talk through the videos, and I've been doing my best not to talk to the videos, but I'm gonna go ahead and let Kevin cook. Nobody could cook like him. All right.
Are you serious? Are you trolling me? Ninja,
No,
what?
I'm not.
Ninja, what? You date your enemy is your pocketbook.
Damn.
I know.
Don't come here and talk about black women. Man, see? I mean, are you being serious, bro?
He being serious, Kevin. He's serious.
I am, but the finances is definitely something that I'm working on.
No, hell no.
Sir, you already lost. Just go ahead and get off. Why are you still there? Just get off, man. It's not a good look, sir. Just go ahead and get on out of there, and you know, get you another shift with Uber or something like that. Go start working for, you know, Uber Eats. Okay, that's what he's saying. All right, but let's go ahead and listen.
Black woman who's dating you actually came in here to tell me that you dated a black woman who's pursuing 2 dual doctorates.
I'm a PhD.
And you're a goddamn Uber driver and you're a musician. That's not a problem, except you frame black women as your enemy, and your enemy is your inability to be productive on a serious level.
Again, now see, Kevin and I understand something, okay? And I want all you fellas to come in close. I want y'all to come in here. I am an advocate for black men, okay? And I'm an advocate for black men because I'm a black man and I have black sons, okay? But I'll be honest with you, is if I was as brutal on YouTube and honest on YouTube as I am with my sons about what I require from men, a lot of you brothers will have your feelings hurt, okay? I hold back. And what you saw right there, many of you all may have missed it, but that's Kevin holding back. I'm gonna let him play that again, and then we'll talk about it. Listen,
Uber driver and you're a musician. That's not a problem, except you frame black women as your enemy, and your enemy is your inability to be productive on a serious level.
All right, so basically what Kevin is saying is that a lot of these brothers who are angry with black women, black men, whatever, there's a lot of white men and all men who are angry with women. You're angry because they don't want you. You're angry because they look past you. You're angry because you feel entitled to them. And let's just be honest. You know, if you're not in the top 5-10% of men, women are just gonna pass you by. Why would they have a child with you when they got this guy over here that's 6 feet tall with some money, 6'3", 6'5", billionaire, whatever, millionaire? Why would they want to have a child by you? You have not proven yourself to be genetically viable. On the biological scale, you have not proved yourself to be worthy to reproduce. And so they are rejecting you. That's what's happening. This is simple biology going on here. And unfortunately, guys who get rejected, if you're on that end of the or that low end of the status, low end of the money scale, you're gonna try to, you don't want to accept responsibility for yourself. You want to say there's something wrong with these women. You see, and I've never had an issue getting women. I've never had it, you know, they're around. You see, but and most men, if you really think about it, you can't get the women you want. You see? And I'm gonna be honest with you. I understand that frustration, but again, you know, I have some physical advantages. I'm tall, I'm handsome, I have a great deal of education, but I didn't start off like that. Yeah, I might have been tall when I was 18 and 19, but I'm not who I am now. I'm gonna be real honest with you. At 18 years old, I wouldn't have been able to pull my wife. This woman has 3 degrees. She's got a degree from the oldest liberal arts college in Massachusetts or in America. I think the tuition is $70,000 a year. Okay, so on top of that, she has a law degree and she has a master's degree in law. So she has as many degrees as I do and is licensed to practice law in multiple states. Can you imagine her dealing with an Uber driver and a part-time musician like this fella? You're not qualified for a woman like that. And you can't get mad at her because when she doesn't want to talk, when she eliminates you on sight. And here's another thing you got to understand. Women are biologically wired to know the type of men they want to deal with and the type they don't want to deal with. Just because they'll give you a chance and they might let you smash. Hopefully you don't give them a disease or a baby. That's a whole nother conversation. But the bottom line is you're not qualified for these women. Again, Kevin and I both understand that men are sensitive. All right, we understand that. You get your ego hurt. Now, next thing, everybody's a simp. You just simp and put it up. I get it, man. You can't compete on the global scale. You can't compete on the national scale. Some of you guys can't compete with the men in your own town. And so then you get sensitive. And instead of trying to put your best foot forward, you want women to accept you for how you are. And that's just not good enough. And then, so now, what do you want to do? As a black man, you want to lash out at black, well, they're just too hard, they're too rough, they're not feminine. Why would they be feminine with you? You're not, why would they be feminine? Why would they submit to you? And I'm not saying black women don't have issues. I'm not saying no women don't. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, of all people, why would you be able to get the best out of a black woman or any woman when you are, as they would see, or as they would say, not something they even want to deal with because of your low financial ability, your maybe not physically fit, not attractive. It is what it is, just something you have to deal with. But let's go ahead and go to the next video, and then we'll try to, like I said, we're just gonna let Kevin cook. Kevin, nobody cooks like Kevin.
Good job.
All right, so this is Kevin on another dude. Lean in. All right, Kevin was brutal when it came to dealing with it. He didn't hold back. Let's take a listen.
When's the last time you had a full-time job?
Before the pandemic.
Who do you live with?
Oh, Lord.
I stay by myself.
How are you paying rent if you don't have a job?
You selling dope? What are you doing, man? Come on, the math ain't math. You're not adding up. I mean, what the hell is going on? That's basically what Kevin said. You don't have a job and you live by yourself. Where do you live? In a box? I don't know. Like, it doesn't make sense. Why are you calling my show for high value men looking for qualified women and you don't even have a damn job? Okay, you need to get off your butt. That's basically what he's about to say. But let's go ahead and let Kevin cook.
I'm still collecting money from my last job from the pandemic.
All right, so
and I was in the oil field.
Hold on. So I'm talking to a man who ain't had a job in what, 6 months?
Oh Lord.
Yeah, roughly.
And you asking me what to do with 20,000 funky dollars?
Ooh, yeah.
Yep.
Nothing you can do with that, brother. Yeah. And look, to a lot of people, 20,000 is a lot of money. To me, it's a lot of money. I'll take it. If you want to give me 20,000, I'll take it right now. Matter of fact, shout out to everybody who's contributed to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I'm going to tell you now, I'm not going to read that because I'm trying to keep it prestigious and whatnot and dignified. So I'm not going to read all your Super Chats, but I see you over there. And if you learn something, I should learn something. And hopefully I'm giving you something, some new stuff that you didn't know. But specifically, Kevin is, he's from the perspective that, you want to talk about real money. Now, by this time, you guys know that Kevin was notorious for drinking those power drinks, or what are they called? Red Bulls. Kevin would do consultations even after he got off his broadcast. He had people calling in from Dubai. These people were paying him thousands of dollars an hour just to speak to him. Okay. So, I mean, when I tell you, I saw, the brother was making $500,000 a month on YouTube. Okay. $500,000 a month on YouTube at his height. You understand me? And then he had the consultations. You had to book an appointment. The man was charging thousands of dollars for imaging. I mean, the man had the whole world was calling in. And of course, this is during the pandemic. So he had the whole world. He was the best thing on YouTube. It's free. You don't need a television show. Nothing good on YouTube. I mean, nothing good on regular TV. So here you got this entertainment and education coming in. And I mean, it was a perfect timing. And that's part of the reason why he blew up. And then on top of that, the things he was saying was it resonated with so many people, because these are the things you want to tell everybody. Hey, you crazy. What is wrong with you? You're delusional. But I'm going to go ahead and let Kevin finish. And then after that, we'll come back. And then I'm going to just let him cook. That pregnant pause. There's that pregnant pause again. Masterful.
You can't increase zero to nothing. You can't increase zero.
Man, yeah, that's brutal. That's brutal. But that was Kevin, man. And so again, that's just a taste. Let me I want you all to understand that well, here's the thing. We're gonna come back. We're gonna set the table after that. And I'm just gonna let Kevin cook for about 30 minutes. And this is Kevin Samuels before you all knew who he was. This is Kevin Samuels. This is the part of the legacy that people don't talk about. This is the part of the legacy that they leave out. This is Kevin Samuels being, I mean, just ruthlessly brutal with men. So you guys check this out. I'm gonna come right back. You guys make sure you stay tuned in. Again, this is Kevin Samuels. The legacy continues, and I'm gonna let him do what he do. You guys make sure you like, share, and subscribe.
Guys, men who take care of themselves make better impressions on everybody. Pro tip: when you're dealing with, when you're dealing with high quality women with some style or some class, they look at how you take care of yourself. This is why it's, when I talk about men burning candles around your house.
Wipe until the brown is. Wipe your ass, niggas. Stop wiping your ass with toilet tissue. After you take a shit, you wipe until the brown is gone. And yes, you also need to put your index finger, your middle finger up and around your bunghole a little bit, nigga. Yeah, you need to go, not no freaky shit, but you need to make sure you clean out to where you don't want no fucking dingleberries, man. And you cannot wipe yourself clean enough with toilet tissue.
I'm a musician and an Uber driver.
What?
I know.
Are you serious? Are you trolling me? Ninja,
no,
what?
I'm not.
Ninja, what? You're dating. Your enemy is your pocketbook.
I know.
Don't come here and talk about black women. Man, see? I mean, are you being serious, bro?
I am, but the finances is definitely something that I'm working on.
No, hell no. A black woman who's dating, you actually came in here to tell me that you dated a black woman who's pursuing 2 dual doctorates.
I'm a PhD.
And you're a goddamn Uber driver and a musician. That's not a problem, except you frame black women as your enemy. And your enemy is your inability to be productive on a serious level. $50 comments. Well, what do I get? Well, what do I get? Well, what do I get? Nothing. You get nothing. 50-50, you get nothing. You can't make no demand either. You can barely 50-50, you're doing enough to take care of you. You get nothing. 0. 50-50 has always got nothing. 100% gets everything. Oh, I'll be 70-30. See, 70-30 is still on that bullshit. 70-30 is still on that timid, lazy, cheap thing. It's still trying to get the free lunch. You don't want the responsibility. There is no such thing as unconditional love. I only want to deal with people on conditions. I don't want to be loved unconditionally. I want to be loved with hellified conditions. Yep. I want conditions because I have conditions on myself. Your conditions ain't harder than mine. The question is, can you keep my attention? But the one thing that's always been in my spirit is I go opposite to the pack. When people are running from danger, I run to it because I'm ultimately confident in myself that I can handle any kind of situation. I can defend myself. I can take care of myself. I'm smart enough to make a wise decision. That don't mean I'm, going to sit around and seek out trouble. But as a man, where are you in times like this? Can you be counted on? Or are you needing protection like the women and children? Perfect time to be an opportunist. You better believe it. And see, opportunist, not a scavenger. See, I hate when people were doing stuff like going out and buying all the masks and the toilet paper and all that other kind of stuff, but I understand why they were doing it. You look like a man or woman would want to forget. Put the kids to bed. Do you look like a man or woman would want to have sex with? That matters. It matters because, like it or not, women have choice today. They don't have to marry you because y'all all from the same hometown. It matters. Men, you gotta compete. Yeah, you gotta compete. That means if you're walking around at 30 plus years old, 40 years old, in some baggy jeans, graphic t-shirt, pot belly, scruffy looking hair, no cologne, hat turned backwards or something, dirt under your fingernails, some sneakers or whatever, and you expect the bad chick to want to be with you, you out of your damn mind. You're going to get the best of the worst as possible. Those are the chicks that are going to check for you. And those are the chicks you're going to check for because you're not going to try to do anything better because you know you don't fit there. When's the last time you had a full-time job?
Before the pandemic.
Who do you live with?
I stay by myself.
How are you paying rent if you don't have a job?
I'm still collecting money from my last job from the pandemic.
All right, so.
And I was in the oil field.
Hold on. So I'm talking to a man who ain't had a job in 6 months?
Yeah, roughly.
And you asking me what to do with 20,000 funky dollars?
Yep.
You can't increase zero to nothing. You can't increase zero. All you have to do today as a man is to be better than these bums walking out in the street. And when you got 40-year-old men wearing t-shirts, jeans, and Jordans talking about they want to be treated like a man and get respect, dude, they're making your life easy. Imagine the kind of women, imagine the people that you're going to be your competition. The women you're going to be competing for. They're used to these damn Cro-Magnon men. If you're trying to make a good impression on your boss or your coworkers, work is done. If you're trying to make a good impression on that little sexy senorita, work is done. And you don't have to break your bank and spend a lot of money. You don't need to be looking like you're still in your mama's house playing Madden or NBA 2K. You need to carry yourself like a man. And a man, you can define a man by his space. You need to get a comfortable chair that you sit in. Guys, so much about you is said by your space. Are you a man? Fuck your degrees, fuck all of, are you a man? Can you survive? Can you make some shit shake? Or are you sitting back waiting to be taken care of? This is a crucial point in time for a lot of men. This is a crucial point in time for a lot of men. See, do not let this time go by without you coming out not learning or improving. I talked about Photoshop. If you know Photoshop, good. Go learn what's the one for the Mac? Final Cut Pro. You know how many people are becoming content creators right now who are starting to run an Instagram account or a YouTube and they're not going to have time? You know how many side jobs you can pick up on your own version of Fiverr? Man, please. Please. That's what I'm talking about.
I feel like beautiful women should be free. You think like you should be able to slide into somebody's DMs and chat her up and then have her come through and Netflix and chill? I hear more bull from men talk about, man, women out here dating this and that, and I'm not going to spend more than $20 on a date until I get to know such and so forth. That's what I think of all y'all saying that. So I think of all men saying that, and let me tell you why I think that. Because it is on us to ask better questions before you take somebody out. If you end up going out with a woman and she is a dinner scammer, then you failed. That is a horrible attitude to go into the market. I'm going to treat all women. I'm going to take a woman that's obviously up here out to Starbucks because I don't want to get scammed for $30. Keep your broke ass at home. But see, I hear a lot of this stuff, and what I hear on both sides is fear, scarcity, and lack, to the point to where men and women are going into the dating environment like enemy combatants.
You never actually stepped to a woman. The problem ain't women. The problem is you. You expect a woman who's got plenty of options to send you choosing signals over the alpha males and select males. You don't think you should have to go in there and compete for them. Why would a woman choose you when she got better options?
I feel like I'm a decent option.
You may be decent, but you're not better.
God damn.
I said better. If you're not a better option, you want better outcomes, you got to do the work. See, you want more than you're willing to work for. You don't even want to approach a woman. You think a woman should approach you. That's why you get nothing. You're sitting back entitled. I think I'm a pretty decent pick. Good. How's that working for you? Dry as hell. Never had a girlfriend, never had a date. Just run down how women send you bad energy. Ain't no bad energy. Ain't no bad energy. It's you. That's why I'm doing this show, to show you guys how you're so in your head blaming women for all this stuff. And you can't even tell me the first time you asked a woman out. You won't even risk rejection. That's how soft you are. How are we supposed to build bricks with this kind of straw as men?
One of the worst things we can do as men is to be with women who don't want us. I've been in that position too. I have simped. I've been in the friend zone. I've done all that kind of stuff. And I will tell you, gentlemen, don't do it. It's never a good idea. Stop trying to win women over. You don't have to win women over. You deal with the women who show interest in you and want to get on your program and are proving their worth to you. See, you had to work to become a high value man. You don't have to work for a woman. A woman has to work for your last name. She has to work for your ring. She has to work for your commitment. Because we grew up in Disney, and when we were told that it was us that needed to do the other, that's why they hate these channels. They hate the channels where we start telling men, no. Most women do not want you moving this way because it puts them squarely in a position where they got to compete. It puts them squarely in a position where you have options, you have leverage. Well, guess what? Why? Because it's your turn now, gentlemen. Winter is coming. And when winter is here and you are high value, you are in that top 20%, top 10%, you have options, you have leverage. Use them for your benefit.
I would still like to have a family. I don't want to have a single.
You have a family. You have 3 children and you're a high school graduate.
Yes, sir.
And you've been reduced to staying at home with your children. And you came on asking questions about women. You don't need to be doing anything with women. You need to be a monk until you get your stuff together. That means some sort of profession.
Because honestly, man, you're not living like a man. You're living like a woman. Effectively, you might as well be on government assistance.
Damn.
What's the most you ever made per hour?
19 an hour.
The average woman in this country black woman earns $37,000. Effectively, you're a woman.
Damn.
And I'm not joking, man. I'm not saying this to clown you, but I'm concerned that you came in talking about women and you got 3 mouths to feed. You can't make any more babies and you got to get someplace to where you're earning enough money because are you on state-run child support?
No, sir. I take care of my kids.
I don't think you understand. Look, all they need to do to screw you up is one of those 2 women put you on child support. Taking care of them or not. It's a punitive measure. And then the government, the state watches everything. So my point is, you don't need to worry about women. You need to get a profession or 2 and putting in 60 hours a week minimum. As a man, let me talk about jealousy and envy. In your Esquire phase, you're all starting out pretty much the same. You have your friends you have from high school. You had your friends you have from college, right? Y'all all down bad. Y'all all working together. Y'all going in on a bottle of Bacardi. Y'all split everything. Y'all getting the Domino's pizza specials, you know. And the funny thing is the camaraderie when you're poor with somebody is amazing. But then something happens. There starts to be separation. And one guy starts off and he starts doing better than the other guy. So around 30, and this happened to me, you start to become successful, more successful than your friends. And then the jealousy comes in. They start pocket watching what you purchase, looking at stuff, start making comments, it's Cain and Abel. And when you see that start to happen, gentlemen, cut bait. Don't wait to get caned. Cut bait. I'm telling you, it's lonely. A high value man, it is lonely because you got to be careful. Women aren't like that with money and success. And how many hours were you working at this company?
Maybe I'll say 36, depending on the other jobs as well, because I was working both of them at the same time.
Okay, so you haven't even had a full-time job. You've never held full-time employment. So how do you go from not having full-time employment to entrepreneur? There's no free money. Mm-hmm. There's no get rich quick. You need to go to McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Popeyes, Burger King, Big Lots, Kroger. You need to go pick up whatever job you can to work. Grab your balls and become a man. You got to get your own place, dude. Turn off YouTube. Get in the world. Because you can't. Okay, dude. No. You're still trying to think of ways to not do it. You want to do it. You don't want to get your hands dirty. That's what it is with a lot of you young guys. You don't want to get your hands dirty. That's hard. That sounds like work. So should I do it this way? No, you should get your ass up tomorrow and go get a job. Because you're on the channel of an image consultant, right?
Yep.
I talk about men trying to become the best version of themselves, get themselves into the top 10% of men. And dude, you haven't even got into manhood yet. Your mother needs to put you out. You're a physically healthy 25-year-old man living in your mama house. So to tell me you don't have a girlfriend because you're focusing on your purpose, that's some YouTube bullshit. You need to get out of your mother's house and go to work. You need to be gone by November.
So even graduate school then?
Oh man, I'm telling you, nigga, no. Graduate school in what, man? Okay, go into more debt for sports management, which is going to do what? It ain't doing nothing now.
I would still like to have a family. I don't want to have a single.
You have a family. You have 3 children, and you're a high school graduate.
Yes, sir.
And you've been reduced to staying at home with your children. And you came on asking questions about women. You don't need to be doing anything with women. You need to be a monk until you get your stuff together. That means some sort of profession. Because honestly, man, you're not living like a man. You're living like a woman. Effectively, you might as well be on government assistance.
Damn.
What's the most you ever made per hour?
19 an hour.
The average woman in this country black woman earns $37,000. Effectively, you're a woman.
Damn.
And I'm not joking, man. I'm not saying this to clown you, but I'm concerned that you came in talking about women. And you got 3 mouths with you. You can't make any more babies, and you got to get someplace to where you're earning enough money because are you on state-run child support?
No, sir. I take care of my kids.
I don't think you understand. All they need to do to screw you up is one of those 2 women put you on child support. Taking care of them or not. It's a punitive measure. And then the government, the state watches everything. So my point is, you don't need to worry about women. You need to get a profession or 2 and putting in 60 hours a week minimum. You're behind, man. You're really, really, really behind. 27 with 3 kids. So women are not on your radar. So I said, you need a roommate so you can save money. Is that your roommate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Male or female?
Male.
Okay. We've allowed young guys like this to be too lazy for too long, and sometimes life's got to teach you. He lives in Long Island, and all it is excuses. You're broke. When we were younger, we didn't have the internet and all these distractions. We had to get out. There was no come stay in the house and get your shit together. Nope. And before people may think that's a little harsh, I was alcohol and drug counselor. I've heard worse, far worse. He's in denial. He has to hit his rock bottom. He's looking for answers, but the answer is, first, in order to get better, you must admit you are powerless over alcohol or drugs. You got to admit. Then you got to do the steps. Because men, where I come from, we work. We work. A man is what you do. Because a man is supposed to get out there and make shit happen. Even if he has nothing, he's supposed to make something. Powerless over your addiction. We tend to stand in our own way. And somebody asked, when did you get your stuff together? When I finally stopped being in my own way. I started admitting that I didn't know everything, that I could be wrong, that I was misunderstood. When I looked at my acceptance and abandonment issues, this issue, that issue, whatever, when I forgave myself, forgave people I need to forgive, allowed myself to make mistakes, not be so hard on myself, but demand the best for myself, wash, rinse, repeat. Nobody gets out of this life without a bunch of mud on us and dents and dings. We all doing the best we can. But the problem is we got to do the best. Which, as a man, you don't get anybody saying it's not your fault, but it's your responsibility. I understand what the young man was saying, and his mother and father care for him, but the world just looks at you as just a soul, and that's a hard, bitter pill to swallow. But swallow it you must.
I look like a tiger, but I have the mindset of a lion. Like I'm struggling with that.
You're 27. You're neither.
I'm neither. How do I prepare?
What? You're 27. Prepare to what? Be a lion? To run a pride?
No.
You're not ready. Are you ready to be a husband?
Mentally, I would say I'm like 70%.
Look here, man. See, the fact of the matter that you even had to split this into categories says no. Why can't you just accept the fact that you're not ready?
Yeah, I know I'm not ready. I know.
Then
I'm not
get
ready.
out of the conversation. You're not in a husband relationship conversation. So why are you trying to get women to look at you in a way that you're not?
Because those are my goals for the future, and I understand.
Mother French toast. I don't care about your future. It's 8 years away.
Okay.
What did your daddy say about it?
What's that? My dad?
What does your dad say about this stuff?
I don't speak to my father.
Thank you. Because you're going at this conversation like a
Really? I'm
like
not
a
getting
woman. Because how many times I've had to raise my voice and got to a place where I'm chastising because I've told you, you're not ready yet.
I understand that, Kevin.
You're trying, and this is what happens to so many young black men because we don't have fathers and we're not juniors. We are trying to become men before time, and we think we're trying to do all this stuff too soon. You're not ready.
I
It's a
understand that,
goal of
Kevin.
yours. If you're in the 4th grade and the goal of yours is to go to college, you don't start filling out applications. Guys, there is nothing wrong with not being ready.
Of this country. There's not a place in this country where we don't belong. So I walk in everywhere like I belong. If I have the credentials, if I have what everybody else has, I'll have what everybody else has. Let me say that again. If I have what everybody else has, I'll have what everybody else is having. And that's what I want for you to start looking at yourself like you belong. What I see is so many black men who have the ability, the potential. But when even that broadcast I did the other day, I had some guy to get in the comment section talk about, young brother, don't ever think that, you go in these rooms and these people are going to look at you the same. I could give a fuck how these people look at me. I know how I look at myself. All this bougie shit that we feel like other people can have, but we got to have the fucking leftovers and the chitlins of the world. Fuck that. You get lobster too. And then you can still go eat a 2-piece and a biscuit. You belong there. Don't give them the comfort of security of your absence. Don't make it easy for them. If they have those kind of limiting beliefs, put your black ass in a room and make them recognize your gangster. Do not self-segregate yourself to make somebody else feel comfortable. Take what's yours. Don't ask for it, take it. Once you finally realize this is where your life and you get to make it, then you have to get competitive and then you got to get aggressive. Yeah, you got to get in the fight because they ain't going to give it to you. Power is not given, it is taken. 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 You can't appeal to somebody's nature or whatever. You take it from them. What I tell you, fighting and fucking, what are you fighting for? Everything out here has somebody coming from another country to come get their piece of it. You were born here. There is no place here you can't go. So what's
When Samuels checked men, no one cared. Women like men who are sexually experienced. And the only way you're going to get sex, because you're not rich, you're not famous, you're not the dominant alpha male or the super select guy. The only way you're going to end up becoming pre-select is by approaching women.
So women can tell I'm not getting no play?
Anybody, all 462 people in the chat room could tell you ain't getting no play. That's the energy you're getting. Because you're a guy that said you don't think you should have to approach women. They should give you choosing signals. Where would you rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
5'10". How much do you weigh? Uh-oh.
I weigh about...
To what?
Depending on the day, between 280 to 285.
So you're a
Yeah.
So you think a 5'10", almost 300-pound dude, how much money you make?
Like 400 every 2 weeks.
So you make 400 every 2 weeks. So you make 800 a month. You make less than $10,000 a year. Okay.
But how many 20-year-olds was Henry?
Hold on. Dude, I was a 20-year-old and I was making far more money than that. In the 80s, where minimum wage was $3.35 an hour. So I need to hear it. How long? You got a big?
Huh?
You have a big?
I mean, it's above average. I ain't know Ron Jeremy.
No. I asked you if you had a big. Said was it above average?
I don't know what that is, really.
You know if you got a big. Stop the. Every dude know whether or not he got a big. I know I got a big. No.
I mean,
you don't have a big. That's the point. You don't have a big. You don't have a big wallet. You're a fat dude. And you got a lot of nerve thinking you should get choosing signals at 5'10" and 300 pounds, making less than $1,000 a month at 20 years old. And women should approach you. What they get, they don't even get a big dick. Women ain't the problem, bro. Ain't no energy out women. See, what women know is that you know good and what I just ran down don't make sense. The entitled and arrogance of you Don't make sense.
I'm unemployed. I just started a business, and the only one I got behind me is my girlfriend. And I don't want to like.
Hold on. You invested all your money into starting this business?
Basically, yeah. I used to be a
and you're
CEO driver.
unemployed?
Yes, sir. I kind of sacrificed everything to get one.
Hold on.
Okay, my bad.
How long have you been doing this business?
I just started. And
what does that mean? What does that mean?
3 months. 3 months
And
ago.
you've been unemployed for how long?
Ooh, close to almost a year. It's been kind of hard to get everything together.
Sir, this is unacceptable.
Yeah, I know.
I hope you didn't come here looking for sympathy.
Oh, no. Heck no.
Do you have both your limbs?
Yes, sir.
Then why don't you have a job?
Because so long story short, I used to be a CEO
No
driver.
long story. Dude, you're 29 years old saying I'm a freight broker and I've invested.
No, I'm 27. Yeah.
27, whatever. You use words like invest in business. You're unemployed living off your girlfriend.
Now, I use stock options, but God damn! I made good money on stock options, but at the same time, I lost a lot of money because I get a little greedy from here and there. But it kind of helped out too. So it's kind of been like from stock options from there and some money too.
How much are you earning a month?
Ooh, shit. About under 1,000, depending on how.
Then don't tell me damn thing about stock options. Negro, you need a job.
God damn!
Get off YouTube, get off Instagram, get off TikTok, get off your ass and go to work.
God damn!
I wish you. No, there ain't nothing else to say. And she must not have a daddy. Because if she had a daddy, no, he can't be about shit because he couldn't be around my damn daughter.
I mean, I'm the one that.
I don't want to hear it. Why'd I do that? Because, guys, look, we got to call bullshit when we see it. Starting a business, but unemployed, earning less than $1,000 annual on the internet. You got to get out and make money to invest in yourself and to increase your competency. And you got a girlfriend. We all know he's using his I don't think you should be fucking with her when you're broke. You can't afford the outcomes if it happened. Brother Spurley. Brother Spurley met his fiance in my mixed group, and she was doing her thing, Ivy League educated, beautiful sister. He's a successful attorney. Now he's like, shh, that's my wife. I'm gonna put her through law school. She's gonna become an attorney at my practice. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. I want to call you back to the sister that called into my show who said, when I first listened to you, I didn't like you.
All right, man. That's Kevin Samuels giving me another one of those shout outs. And I tell you, like, you know, my wife used to watch Kevin all the time. You know, I mean, she was probably one of his best students. That's how she got me. You know, understand I'm talking about? I didn't throw that in there for myself. Back. Yeah, shout out to me. But no, so you know, so she would pull these clips. He mentioned, he said, I'm like, oh, that's cool as hell. Cool, man. Brother's all right. I appreciate that. I had probably about 10,000 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? I was still over here just talking stuff and talking ridiculous and crazy. And, you know, but everything I said back then was meaningful to a lot of people. And shout out to all the folks who've been following me for all these years. And shout out to my ICE Lords. Big up to you guys. Shout out to all the new people. I know this is a little different from what I've been doing lately, but you know, times have changed. It's not 4 years ago. We're in a different political season. And we moved from Black YouTube dealing with relationships to Black YouTube dealing with political independence, politics, and history. And that's, you know, that's what I like to do. I am not a person that does relationships. I don't give relationship advice other than to my own children. And, you know, but the bottom line is, man, I can appreciate brilliance and genius when I see it. Now, that being the case, look, man, that video collage, right? Does it prove the point? Huh? Does it prove the point? Do you see how brutal he was? I mean, he telling you need to wipe your hands, all that. And you got to loom it. You know, he talk crazy to you. He talk to you like a lot of these dudes need to be talked to like that because some of them have unreal. We think the women are bad, but a lot of these fellas have unrealistic Stick expectations. Your breath stink. You stink. You're fat. You know, you got a bad attitude, and then you feel like you're entitled to a woman, and there's something wrong with the women because they don't want to deal with you. That's anywhere. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, fam, you know, nobody cooks like Kevin. Now, here's the other thing. Kevin wasn't just a YouTuber. Okay, we all know about his sales history. We all know about him being a consultant, image consultant. But he wasn't just a man on the internet roasting people, okay, and going viral. He and giving people harsh advice. Kevin was really trying to help people. He was really trying to help Black people. Okay, he was trying to move from online commentary into real world action. And at one point, Kevin, myself, the lead attorney, and another podcaster named Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, MTR. Shout out to my frat brother, MTR. We all met up in New York, man. I mean, and Kevin was talking about doing something bigger than YouTube. He wanted to pool the talent. He wanted to pool the resources, pool the visibility. He wanted to take the marketability that people had built online and turn it into something tangible in the real world. In other words, Kevin was just thinking about content. He was thinking about business. He was thinking about products. The brother was thinking about economics. He was thinking about how we could take the attention we had built and turn it into something useful. And that matters because Kevin was based in Oklahoma. And as many of you all know, Oklahoma has a serious legacy when it comes to foundational Black Americans and Black Americans in general. We had the Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was the home of Black Wall Street. And at one point, that area represented Black economic power and Black business ownership and Black independence and Black community building. And so when I look back, okay, on what Kevin was trying to do, I don't see it as random. Kevin was trying to build something. He was trying to be an inspiration. He was trying to push men to level up. And not just in how they look, not just in how they dress, and not just in how they talk to women, but in how they operated in the real world. Kevin was trying to help a lot of people. And one of the things I later learned came from watching O'Shea Duke Jackson's video. You all know O'Shea. What's up, everybody? This is O'Shea Duke Jackson. You know O'Shea. O'Shea is hilarious. He's one of my favorite podcasters, favorite YouTubers of all time. Now, if you know anything about Black YouTube and urban Black YouTube and the Black manosphere, if you will, or whatever name people want to put on it, then you have to know who O'Shea Duke Jackson is. He's one of the most consistent people in the space. To me, O'Shea is the heart and soul of urban Black YouTube, bigger than all of these comedians and stars and whatnot. And I told O'Shea, I told him before that I believe he's going to be the first billionaire to come out of the Black manosphere. And as far as I'm concerned, he's well on his way. And so big shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. And I don't want to skip too far ahead, but I also have to say this. When push came to shove and help was needed to make sure Kevin's mother and daughter were taken care of around the funeral, O'Shea came through. See? O'Shea came through. Now you got a lot of people proclaiming to be Kevin Samuels' friends and et cetera, and podcast homies and how they, collaborated, all that. But when push came to shove, okay, it was O'Shea Duke Jackson from Del Paso Heights, Sacramento, California, that came through. So shout out to the West Side. West Side connected and made it just that much easier for Kevin and his daughter, Kevin's mama and Kevin's daughter to get through those tough times. And here's the thing: when somebody passes away unexpectedly, people don't always understand how complicated things can get behind the scenes. You got families grieving. They're trying to process the loss. And at the same time, there's a practical issue. You have funeral expenses. There are banking issues. You had a young woman out here faking like she was Kevin Samuels' daughter. Didn't look nothing like her, all right, at all. Kevin Samuels' daughter is a pretty little chocolate girl. And this little light-skinned girl have y'all still believing that was his daughter. Nobody knew who she was. But see, you all fell for it, okay? So along with that confusion and complication, you got insurance questions. There's legal steps that have to be handled before the assets can be released. And in those moments, people are in distress. They're not always in a position to think clearly or move quickly. So when we needed to make sure Kevin's mama and daughter was squared away, it was O'Shea Duke Jackson that sent a substantial amount of money, and I was able to match that. So we were able to get the legal help lined up so that the proper steps could be taken and Kevin's affairs could start moving in the right direction. And that told me a lot about O'Shea. And as far as I'm concerned, he's a stand-up guy. Now, of course, O'Shea got paid back and everything, and it was just a short loan for the family. But, you know, the thing is, you all make sure you go over there and acknowledge O'Shea. And now I'll let O'Shea tell his own story about his relationship with Kevin, because they had their own relationship and he knows a lot of things from behind the scenes that only he could really speak to. But I want to give him credit, because one of the things I found out later, and I didn't know this, okay, this is all new to me. After Kevin passed away, Kevin actually wanted to try to put me on. He wanted to put me out there in front and look, Kevin wanted to help me, push me forward, and O'Shea was trying to tutor me and help me understand the YouTube game better. And I talked to O'Shea a couple of times, but you know, I got baby mama issues and ex-wife. What is it you want me to do? You know, O'Shea talk crazy to you too on the phone. You know, he's typical Sacramento type. You know, I'm from LA, and anything above Magic Mountain, we just don't speak the same language sometimes. But you know, and I'll be honest with you all, man. You know, he was trying to help me do this YouTube game better. And you know, but I'm happy being a lawyer. You understand? Speaking of which, if you've been involved in a car accident, I need you to call me right now, 713-229-0770. My telephone number is written across the bottom of the screen. It is 713-229-0770. I'm going to need you all to help patronize this Black business. I know it's not Black History Month. However, as Kevin Samuels was trying to do, revitalize Black interests, I need you all to focus on my interests. And I am Black, and I am a lawyer. And I need you all to let me work for you as a car accident an attorney. Okay, so we'll just throw that in there now. Again, so as I said, I am happy being a lawyer, and I enjoy being a lawyer. It's going on 26 years in October. I'll be a lawyer, licensed in multiple states. Again, my good friend O'Shea Duke Jackson, you know, he's trying to trying to put me on. But you know, I enjoy doing YouTube. I love being here with you all. I mean, I feel like it's part of my legacy, but I'm really in it for you know, for legacy. I'm not necessarily chasing fame. Okay, I'm not trying to be famous just to be famous. Okay, I really don't like to be bothered. If you really just want to know who I am, I like to sit in my backyard and watch my cat buddy chase lizards. That's what I really enjoy to do. I like to sip on my jelly jar full of water, okay, and be unbothered. Okay, that's pretty much where I am. I don't want to be famous, but if I can put good information that people can use in the future out there and have a good reputation, I'm with that. Okay, but you know, that's what I'm really about, and I think most of you all can kind of figure that out. I'm not on here code switching and, you know, talking about, these Blacks did that. I'm not that dude. If I just wanted followers, it'd be real easy for me to get on here and start saying crazy things about Black people and whatnot, and I'd have a whole bunch. They love for me to get on here and just start talking reckless about folk. I know how to do it. It's called pandering. It's just not something I'm interested in doing. But bottom line is, you know, when I look back and I realized I had two of these very important, very influential men, Kevin Samuels and O'Shea Duke Jackson, who are both trying to push me toward this greatness as far as this YouTube in their own way. I appreciate it, man. I really do, man. And what's funny is I didn't fully understand all of that until after Kevin was gone. And so what I want to do now is play this video from O'Shea Duke Jackson, where he talks about Kevin and what Kevin was trying to do. And Kevin was thinking about me behind the scenes. And the reason this is important, and this goes to the legacy, because there's a lot of people who are detractors of Kevin Samuels now. They're coming out the woodwork. They saying things like, "Oh yeah, man, you know, Kevin Samuels never put anybody on. He never put anybody on. He, you know," and that ain't it. The man was hot. I mean, the man took over the YouTube entertainment space for 2 years. He was the only thing people were really interested in. Why? He was getting more views than CNN, you know, and some of these high-ranked television shows. So, you know, I say all that to say he was trying to put people on, but the brother only had a short time period. You know, he got hot, and you know, unfortunately, you know, health took him over, and it is what it is. But we're gonna take the opportunity to check out this video, and I'm gonna just let it play. And so what I said, what I want to do now is play this video from O'Shea Duke Jackson, where he talks about Kevin and what Kevin was trying to do and how Kevin was thinking about me behind the scenes. And let's check out the video from O'Shea Duke Jackson, and then we'll come right back and we'll keep going. Okay, y'all like, share, and subscribe.
Is that Kevin Samuels tried to help out a lot of dudes, and it was his plan to help out a whole bunch of content creators. Before Kevin passed, he wanted me to work very much so with Dennis Sperlin. And if you guys noticed, when Kevin passed, I was trying to help Dennis become the next.
Look at that haircut. Look at that haircut. Look at my haircut. I mean, what happened? Why is my face smashed in like that? Anyway, go ahead, O'Shea. I'm sorry about the interruption, but I'm going to try not to talk to the video. But listen to what O'Shea said.
Guy, Dennis didn't never ask me to do that, but Kevin wanted it that way. And I was trying to do that. I like Dennis Sperlin a whole lot. He wanted Dennis to blow up. It's the truth. So he couldn't get anything from Dennis. Dennis was a smaller creator at that time. But
he could not only, Kevin called me up, I'm like, huh, what, man, I got to go to court. I can't sit here and talk to you about this. But I mean, the man is making $500,000 a month doing YouTube. I probably should have listened to him. Okay, I probably should have listened to what Kevin had to say. I might be retired by now. You understand me? I could got rid of all these kids, you know what I'm saying, and been gone, me and my young, beautiful wife up out of here. But, you know, again, like I said, I enjoy being a lawyer. I enjoy doing that. But let's go ahead and finish listening to Brother O'Shea.
He wanted Dennis to blow up. So what did he do? He said, listen, O'Shea, I want you to work with Dennis. So how is that not putting people on? But again, these guys who hate Kevin are always talking this trash and jealous because Kevin got so much respect.
Yeah. So shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. And like I said, you know, now again, I hope you guys appreciate that video. And, you know, like I said, big shout out to O'Shea. So here's the thing. Now that Kevin has passed on, you have a lot of people who have a lot to say about him. And that's where that came from. So really O'Shea was responding to some detractors. You understand me? And we won't name them or mention them anything because we don't want to give them any more publicity than they're due. But you know, a lot of people had a lot to say about him. Okay, but understand something. Kevin is still popular. He's a popular subject right now. He still trends. People still talk about him. People still react to him. People still use his name to get attention. And if you look around the internet, you'll see his influences everywhere. You see influencers imitating Kevin Samuels. You see men copying his delivery. You see people borrowing his format. You see people talking his talking points. You see his phrases. You see his tone. You see his image. You see his entire style and trying to build their own platforms from it. So of them, okay, they don't even hide it anymore. These people, they'll take what Kevin said almost word for word, change a few words around and act like they created, men and women, white and black. But the truth is simple. There will never be another Kevin Samuels. You can imitate the suit, you can imitate the microphone, you can get some lights, you can imitate his directness, you can imitate the questions, you can imitate the attitude, but you can't imitate the man. Kevin had a very particular combination of image, discipline, timing, charisma, intelligence, harshness, humor, and cultural awareness. And that's why he broke through the way he did. That's why people are still talking about him right now. And that's why so many people are still trying to copy his style. But here's the other thing I've noticed. A lot of people they don't just imitate Kevin, they also distort him a lot. And they distort his words and they distort his messages and they distort what he was trying to do. And in some cases, They've even tried to distort the man's life and the circumstances surrounding how his life ended. And that's why I think it's important to deal with some of these things directly, okay? Because Kevin isn't here to defend himself. And so when a man is no longer here to speak for himself, people will say anything, man. They'll take clips out of context. They'll make jokes. They'll create narratives. They'll use his nicknames and clicks, you know. They're trying to turn this man's life into some kind of punchline. And whether you like Kevin or not, that's wrong, man. And the next clip comes from a comedian named Samuels, from her special, I believe. And I'm going to say fair use ahead of time. And you guys know who she is. She's a very famous Black comedian. She's been around for a long time. And, you know, she has a big fan, big audience, and a major platform. But just like, I'm going to let the video play. It speaks for itself. And then I'm going to come right back. You guys check this video out. Again, this is the entertainer. Her name is Samuels. The reason they wanted him to do it because they wanted his feedback because he was honest. Because a lot of people aren't honest with women, and that's why they liked it. I don't know if this is Samuels or not, but she got that Samuels vibe. So you guys can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat room. But I thought this was Samuels, but I'm not sure. But let's keep listening to what she has to say. Oh, would Kevin wasn't looking for people. They called him. They would line up by the hundreds to talk to Kevin Samuels. So I mean, they called for that. It's not like he hopped on the internet and started pulling up people's phone number off Black. She's oversimplifying what Kevin said. That sounds good. Kevin said no. It's not about them liking you. You're not qualified for this, man. Even if somebody likes you, they like your attitude. They might like having physical relationship with you. But when it comes down to a serious relationship like marriage, a high value man has lots of options. Period. That's all that the brother was saying. Okay, it's not just a matter of, there's a lot of people I like, but I'm not gonna marry them. I've had a lot of women that I like, but I ain't marry them. Okay, thus far I've only married 2, and I plan to stay with this one. I like this one a lot. Okay, but it's a lot of other things that go along with that like. So she's kind of oversimplifying what the brother was saying. All right, that's like saying, yeah, a watermelon is a fruit and a grape is a fruit. Also, yeah, but these are 2 different things you're talking about. But let's guys, something you all don't know. And some of you all who've seen my posts, Kevin was tall. I mean, Kevin was my height, and I'm tall. I stand about a foot taller than most men. I'm about 6'4". Kevin was my same height. When you saw me, MTR, lead attorney, and Kevin, we were all the same height. That's about 6'4". I think MTR is about 6. I think he might be about 6'5". I'm not sure, but we're all tall. So this is a big, tall man that you're talking about. People assume that, you know, like you see me here, you don't realize Dennis is huge. And I like being huge. I like beating up. No, I'm serious. Anyway, but no, Kevin's a big, tall man, you know, and I don't know why people underestimate the brother like that, but and all these other harsh things, because you know she's alluding at the man's manhood, and that's the thing people do. You know, when they don't like what you say, oh, you must be gay, blah blah blah. You know, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Kevin actually hired me to look into suing some YouTubers for that calling him gay or telling people that he seemed like he was gay because for defamation. And I talked to him. I said, brother, you know that goes with the territory. I mean, they've been calling they called Dr. Martin Luther King gay. They called Malcolm X gay. And in fact, there was a case where Tom Cruise tried to sue somebody in California for defamation because they said he was gay, you know, but the case law said it wouldn't go through because that's not considered a salacious form of sex just because the law in society has changed. So basically being gay is not so defamatory that it gives you ground to sue. But, you know, this is the stuff he had to deal with. It carried on through his life. The crazy part is that Kevin Samuels passed away in the presence of a gorgeous woman that most of these men would never be able to get. And most of these women would never be able to emulate or look like. And you know, that was ironic because here you are, y'all been saying he you know, questioned his manhood and he died, you know, with a gorgeous woman. But I'm gonna let this lady finish talking because there's a specific point that I'm still talking about Kevin 4 years later. You see what I mean? What I mean, just so you can put it in perspective, what rapper are we still talking about 4 years later, other than Biggie Small and Tupac and maybe King Von? You know, but then look how they passed away. I think Charleston White said it the best, man. Shit, I will be like goddamn Kevin, bad way, fine motherfucker, that. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you gotta go, you gotta go. But some people go and, you know, if you go like that, I mean, gosh, it might be all right, man. You already in heaven on your way out. But I think he would probably find that funny. But let's keep listening.
I'm gonna wear that pussy out. You just wait till I finish folding these khakis.
Yeah. Oh, these goddamn khakis. Oh, she's a mess. Who is this? Y'all let me know who this is.
Can't nobody find their clothes.
Y'all let me know who this is. I'm gonna go over to Twitter and I'm gonna go. I want to follow her on Twitter and Instagram. Somebody in the chat room, let me know who this is, or in the comment section. I thought it was Samoa. It looked like Samoa, but just the image is so small. But again, we're about to get to the point I want to talk about.
Now I'm not saying he was.
Okay. All right. See that? He died on a woman he had met that night. Okay. So the truth is he had met Hortensia that day, but he had done a screening process. But I'm gonna let her finish, and then we're gonna go into this a little bit more.
Pussy, but I'm saying this: he had to be a man of his word.
All right. So again, like I said, you know, people have, you know, they still talking about it. You know, and now, as I said, you heard what the comedian said, and somebody please let me know who she is. And you know, and to be fair, it's kind of a double-edged sword. All right. And when I say double-edged sword, what I mean is, on one hand, she told the truth about Kevin in a certain way. Kevin spoke the truth, right? We can all agree with that. He was who he was. He was direct. He was unapologetic. He had his own style. And of course, when it comes to Black people and comedy, we already know how that goes. Folks are going to joke. Folks are going to talk. Folks are going to say certain things a certain way. But here's one part I do want to deal with directly. She said Kevin was with a woman he had just met that night. Okay. And she's trying to allude to the fact that this beautiful young woman was some sort of prostitute or some sort of call girl. And the truth is, it's not accurate. The truth is, you know, that may have been their first date meeting in person, but that was not some random woman Kevin had just met out of nowhere. And they had spoken on the phone multiple times. Kevin had actually gone through an interview process with her. And if you know anything about Kevin, you know that sounds exactly like him. And he actually advertised that fact. He basically said he was taking applications for several months before he passed away for the next Mrs. Kevin Samuels. And, you know, Kevin was, you know, he wasn't that reckless. That wasn't that type of dude he was. And from what I understood, he had been screening her for, like I said, months, along with other women. And he had been checking her out. He'd done his own homework. He had a background check done on her. And so the idea that this is just some woman he met that night it's just not the full truth. And Hortensia explained this in her interview that she did with me. And that interview is in the description section. And so you can watch the whole thing for yourself and know the truth. But in that interview, she talks about how she knew about Kevin Samuels through her brothers. Her brothers watched Kevin. Okay. And here's the thing. She's Latina from the Midwest. Okay. And her brothers are Latina from the Midwest. You have people all over the world from all different races. And I'm going to be real frank and honest with you. It seemed to me that Kevin got more love from people who were non-Black than he did from his own Black American brothers and sisters. Bottom line is her brothers were familiar with Kevin. And from there, the connection eventually happened. Kevin ended up flying her down to Atlanta. He also rented her a separate place across the street from where he was so she could have her own autonomy in her own space. They weren't even staying in the same room like that, unless they wanted to, you see, but she had her own space. So again, this wasn't some random situation where she just met somebody that night and he brought her back to some skanky hotel room. That's not what happened. And I want to address something too. people always try to make it sound like Kevin was just renting rooms somewhere. No, Kevin was renting very high-end Airbnbs and VRBOs, and these weren't rooms and shacks. They were expensive, high-end places. And when I did my interview in Miami, I remember the place. I was like, I'm gonna rent that place too, right? Look, I don't remember the exact number, but I remember it was something like $5,000 a week, and maybe even more. And at that point, he wasn't struggling at all. Kevin was doing very well on YouTube, and candidly speaking, I remember him showing me how much he was making. It was a very large amount of money, to the tune of about $500,000. Okay, he was pulling in some serious money on YouTube around that time in early 2022, and he was doing extremely well for himself. So I mean, so again, people try to create this picture of Kevin like he was, just out here reckless and desperate. Man, don't get to be 50-something years old living wild and foul. Okay, and but you're trying to make him out to be some kind of low level lifestyle, and that's just not accurate. Kevin was successful. He was intentional. He was calculated. Kevin was very particular about how he moved, and Hortensia can speak to that better than anybody else because she was actually there, and she's a beautiful woman. Who tried to save Kevin's life, and in this short clip from my video or from the interview with her, you'll see and hear her describe the time they spent together, and she talks about how they went shopping that day, how they hung out, and how Kevin treated her, and she described him as a perfect gentleman. It's smooth. He was what you would expect from a Kappa man. He was polished. He was a real gentleman. Okay, and that's something. And shout out to all the members of Kappa Alpha Psi, man. I'm glad you guys came together and supported your brother. And but bottom line is, that's something a lot of people didn't know about Kevin, man. And they saw these harsh. They saw how harsh he was online. They saw the directness. They saw the viral Kevin, but there was another side to the brother. And so I'm going to let the clip play. This is from my interview with Hortensia Alcantara, the woman who was with Kevin Samuels, the nurse who tried to save his life. And she can speak for herself. So I'm going to go ahead and let the video play. You guys make sure, just sit back and listen to it. It speaks for itself. I'm going to go ahead and remove myself from it. And it's about 10 minutes long. Just check it out. Thursday meeting, and y'all went to the fragrance store. And what else did you do? Because this is technically his last day on earth, right?
Yeah, so he just showed me around. He was excited to show me the shops around the area he lived in. We went out, to eat at the little restaurant there, and he told and he just kind of wanted to show me how nice it was, because I felt like he was trying to convince me, to move there. So and I really told him, I really was surprised that Atlanta was so green, and it was just so beautiful. And I never had been, I've never been to Atlanta, so I kind of was letting him know, I do think Atlanta is really nice, and I might consider it,
Yeah. That's cool. So y'all had you had food, you enjoyed yourself. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what else? I mean,
he had told me like everything that he wanted to do that week. I was supposed to be there for a whole week, and he had all these things planned to like go show me, what Atlanta had to offer. And unfortunately that didn't happen, but that's what he wanted.
So you saying he had a whole week planned for you guys?
Yeah, he wanted me to stay a whole week.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I don't want to interrupt me, but how's it sound? Is the sound okay? I want to make sure the sound is okay. And again, I know you all know I'm gonna interrupt, because that's what I do. I talk through movies and I talk through the script. Is the sound okay? If the sound is not okay, let me know. I'm gonna make sure the sound is. Shout out to everybody who's contributed to the super chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. But I'm gonna let me keep speaking, because I know this is important. But I wanted to make sure the sound is okay. If the sound's okay, hit the number 1 button. All right. Y'all had dinner, whatever. What else did y'all do? I see. Here's peculiar thing about Kevin. Whenever I went out with him, I never saw him drink anything. And I remember having to, because I can throw him back. You know what I mean? I don't mind getting faded. You know what I mean? That's what I like to do. I like to drink and drink wine and eat and enjoy life. But Kevin never really drank. Did he ever tell you about, I had my belief, I thought it was because he had to kind of deal with cancer as a young man, and that kind of freaked him out, you know? Did y'all talk about that at all?
Yeah, we did. We talked about, you know, his history and how he had the, you know, Hodgkin's lymphoma. And I let him know that my best friend actually had went through that, and I, you know, helped her through that, and, you know, made a page for her to support her and everything. And they had, you know, they went through the same thing, and we kind of connected on that. And I think ever since, you know, because he had that cancer before, he was aware of, you know, not drinking alcohol or doing these things that would be bad for his health. And no, he never drank alcohol in front of me. He never told me about, you know, he told me he didn't really drink. I don't really drink, but I do like, you know, to have wine occasionally.
Yeah.
But no, he never was the type of person to want to drink alcohol.
Yeah, yeah, he didn't smoke cigarettes, he didn't smoke cigars, you know, he didn't drink, you know, the man was like a teetotaler, you know, and I guess that's why, like, you know, I have a lot of black men have a lot of cardiovascular issues that go again, I don't want to interrupt me again, okay, but I'm still here, and you know, I can't help myself. And so I want to make it a point. A lot of people was talking about when Kevin Samuels first passed, oh, it's drugs, it's over there. Nah, the brother didn't smoke, didn't drink, none of that. He didn't do none of that. Okay, none of that. And so here we are, we got another situation where people who weren't there want to pretend like, you know, here's another black man who's some sort of derelict or nothing. Like, the brother was a teetotaler, didn't drink, didn't smoke. You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous. It's like, you know, we just go out of our way to try to destroy the reputations of black men. And that's why, you know, I, you know, really went out front to try to defend Kevin Samuels. Of course, his family asked me to do that. After I did the interview on the local Fox channel here, they reached out to me. And even Hortensia reached out to me because they saw, hey, I was out there trying to defend this man's reputation. Were they trying to destroy all these people? So, but anyway, you know, we cannot allow, you know, our people, black people, especially black men, to have their legacy and their reputation destroyed just because there are people out there who may have been offended by something they said. The brother spoke the truth. And as you see, this woman has no reason, and this interview was conducted well after he passed away. She had no reason to get on the internet and lie or anything like that. She's speaking the truth. But you all get back to it, and I'm going to go back to being quiet as best I can. I'll see y'all in a minute. Unchecked. It wasn't until my fiance made me take my butt to the doctor's office that I realized I had high blood pressure, you know, and it was basically like a silent killer is what they call it, you know. And Kevin and I are only about 4 or 5 years separated in age. And it's just a trip. I didn't recognize it. The headaches and the waking up in the morning with headaches is probably from, what's that called when you sleep bad at night? I forget what it's called. It's called sleep apnea, sir. Sleep apnea. That's what it's called.
It's called
that sleep apnea. That's what it's called, sir.
The name of it, but
okay. Do better.
Bottom line is that also increases your propensity for cardio or heart attacks, and it's something that is Say again. I'm sorry.
Are you talking about like sleep apnea?
Sleep apnea. That's it. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you, attention. He should have known
along
that.
with the
heart
conditions and the high blood pressure, is something that Black American men have to deal with. And I could only imagine having fought cancer at 20 something, how really particularly he could have been about his health, you know? So, but anyway, I kind of went off on a tangent for a minute.
Yes, you did.
What else?
No, you're fine. He did talk about that though, how difficult it was for him to have the motivation to get up every morning because he felt so sick and he, you know, lost so much weight and he just felt terrible, but he had to find some motivation to get up every day. And he told me that, you know, by wearing suits and you know, and feeling, you know, looking good made him get some motivation to wake up every day.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah. So, brother was dealing with a lot, but he still managed to give us the last 2.5 years of his life, and that's going to be part of his legacy. Now, you heard it directly from Hortensia. If you want to check out the full video, it's going to be in my description section. It's right on my page, right here on YouTube. If you want to know the truth, it's there. All right. That's the whole interview. It's about an hour or something long. And like I said, I'll put the link in the description section so you guys can watch the entire interview for yourselves and know the truth. But hopefully we can dispel some of these myths that they're trying to spread about this brother who meant well for Black people. All right. But as you see, she's a very intelligent woman. She's a highly educated woman. She's a well-spoken woman. And hopefully hearing from her directly will help dispel some of those myths and rumors and false narratives that people like to repeat about Kevin Samuels and the circumstances surrounding his passing. Because at the end of the day, I get it. Okay. Kevin Samuels said some things that hurt your little feelings and your little egos got bruised. And he said things that made people uncomfortable, both the men and women. And he said that things that a lot of people didn't want to hear. Okay. But if you actually listen to what he was saying and not just how he was saying it, a lot of people could have grown from it. And that truth is that many people did. And Kevin had a fanatical following. People were not just watching him for entertainment. People were watching him because they felt like he was telling them something they needed to hear. And I remember one of his fans from Australia contacting me and saying, man, at the height of his popularity, Kevin Samuels could have filled up an arena in Australia. Damn, a young Black boy from Oklahoma. That's what he was saying. And that's how far his reach had gone. And so when people try to act like Kevin Samuels' legacy was just controversy, that's not it. That ain't it. Kevin's legacy is intact as far as I'm concerned. And because the people who were really listening understood the message. They understood the discipline. They understood the standards. They understood the call to improve themselves and present themselves better and think more realistically and stop lying to themselves about what life requires. And you can see the testimonies. You can see it in the people that talk about him. You can see it in the way people explain what Kevin meant to him and how he changed their thinking and how he pushed them to level up and how he made them look in the mirror. So at this point, I'm going to play some of the testimonies and, let the people speak for themselves. You guys check this video out. This is basically Kevin Samuels' testimonies. I've played it before. These are the testimonies of them, the people who were affected the most by them. Y'all check this out.
And I'm 36 years old, and I'm from Pensacola, Florida. I've been a fan of Kevin Samuels for a little over a year and a half now. Kevin helped me understand my value as a Black man. He also equipped me with tools on how to properly vet a potential wife. He taught me how important it is for Black men to take control of our image. Kevin Samuels was the blueprint for becoming the best version of yourself, all while remaining confident, intelligent, and assertive. Kevin started a much-needed conversation within the Black community, and it took the world by storm. Kevin will be dearly missed, and may he continue to rest in peace.
Kevin Samuels, you came into my life a little over a year ago when I started watching your content, and you were that father figure that I never had growing up. I grew up just like you. Single mother raised, middle-class household. Papa was a Rolling Stone. He wasn't really there. I had to learn a lot of things on my own, and come to find out, I was so behind in life until I came into your content. You have taught me so much about adulthood, manhood, leveling up, high-value men, and listen, Kevin Samuels, I have leveled up so much in life to say I'm only 21 years old due to your content, due to everything that you have taught me. And I promise you, I will be a high-value man in years to come, thanks to you, the Godfather. Kevin, we love you. I love you. And everything that you have taught me, I will instill it into my children, my little cousins, and any young man that I see that needs help and guidance growing up. Kevin, I thank you because you instilled that into me, and I'm going to take that and instill it into someone else. Thank you. Love you, Kevin.
One of the many messages I learned from Brother Kevin Samuels is to be the best version of yourself. If you know you got something going on, if you got issues that need to be addressed, get help, whether it be therapy or, and like in my case, I hired a life coach. I spent the money. I invested in myself. It's been a great help, and I wouldn't have never done that if I hadn't heard it from somebody who looked like me. I did have a father in my life, but he worked so much like many of our fathers that there was a void. Kevin filled that void. I'll be eternally grateful for Kevin Samuels, eternally grateful for the sacrifice that family gave, for giving him to us. And I just want to thank you all, say God bless, and just know that he meant a lot to a lot of us. And it was just a short time, but the lasting effects are going to be forever. Thank you so much.
43. Man, real mixed emotions right now. All I can say is greatest that did it. The first man that actually spoke what we men have been feeling, but didn't have the galls to say. He was the one that actually took it to that level, man. And he just didn't talk, you know what I mean? This is a subject Kevin studied, you know what I'm saying? Because I see a lot of people talking about, you know, his failed marriages and blase. And all I got to say to that man is, you know, look, the man studied the subject. The man said truth. It hurts. I'm one that I can definitely tell you, truth hurts. But all I'm going to say is definitely going to be missed, brother. Rest easy. See you next life cycle.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Mark. This is my wife, Liz. And we're making this video especially for Kevin's mom, daughter, friends, and all the people who had the opportunity to be blessed with his presence. Over the years, I've watched Kevin, and Kevin has motivated me and given me a courage to quit my job 3 years ago, started my own business, and making sick of us. He also have my
how to be more feminine and inspirational to their husband.
One of the biggest things we learned from it, though, is how much when we're apart, the impact that it has to our community. So I will tell you this. I will be doing my part to make sure that Kevin Samuels' name lives on and his work lives on. So if you think it's over, oh no, we're just getting started. Peace out.
Kevin Holmes here from Minneapolis, Minnesota. For the past year, Kevin Samuels taught me more masculine common core values to have as a man than my poor single mother ever could teach me. I didn't have a father growing up.
Oh, I don't mean to interrupt you. I didn't know that white women was poor single mothers like that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get back to letting them talk. Shout out to you, baby. Shout out to you. Keep up doing what you're doing. I'm gonna let you get back to where you had a poor white single mother. Damn. Anyway, learning a lot. Y'all, if you learn something, I should learn something. Let's get back to it. Go ahead, sir.
When I was in first grade, due to him being an alcoholic, I didn't have any brothers or many other people I could go to and talk about things that Kevin Samuels explained to me clearly. His brilliance didn't just relate and have an impact on the Black community, but to all communities. It's disappointing that Kevin's candidness was interpreted as misogyny and hate when it was his attempt to bridge back together long-lasting, loving, and trusting relationships that today's society has seemed to forget what it takes to maintain. Kevin Samuels has left an everlasting impact on my life.
I just wanted to give a couple of words about how Kevin helped me with some of his insights. He did a stream earlier this year where he was talking to men, and he was talking to a guy who was 33 years old, and he was saying that he wanted to know how to get women in his life and how he could eventually find a wife. And he kept stressing to the guy, well, you're 33, you don't really have your money up like that, so no women are going to really want you. You got to get your life in order before you can expect to bring women in. And that really hit me because I think I'm doing pretty well at the age that I'm at, but I'd always be doing better. And it really caused me to look at where I'm at and make a commitment to double down on the efforts I was putting in. And as a result of that, I've been making between $5,000 to $6,000 for the last 4 months, solely because I really got on my grind. I looked at what I could be doing better, and I put it to work. And it's not that I wasn't on my grind before, but Kevin really had a lot of good messages out there, both for women and men, but specifically for men, on how you need to show up as a man in your life in order to get the results that you want, get the women you want, and get the kind of money that you need to really live that successful lifestyle. And I wish there was going to be more content of his putting out, but he's got such a big catalog of stuff that is going to be immensely helpful for any guy that wants to check through and watch it. So much respect to him, much respect to the message you put out there. And I hope guys that are just coming to his content, don't listen to everybody out there saying, oh my God, he said all this stuff. Really listen to the messages, see what he was really passionate about, and follow that. And you'll be well on your way to being as successful as he was. Rest in peace.
My name is Durwood. This is Leticia. And we'd like to share our story of how Kevin Samuels has helped our relationship and help us to start a family. We use a lot of his content that he created to have discussions. Every time he would go live, we would watch the videos, and she'd come and she'd ask questions and try to get my perspective on things. Some things I agree with Kevin with, other things I didn't. But we never got into arguments or fights or anything about the subject matter. If anything, it made us come closer together, and it helped both of us to realize that there was more that I needed to be doing as a man. Like he said, put in your hours. Always constantly trying to improve. And I'm sure for her, it helped her to understand men more than what she had previously known. And I can't thank the work that he did enough, because it created a bond, well, it helped create a bond between both of us that I don't think will ever be broken. And every single day, we continue to just love each other and to help build each other up. Every day isn't going to be perfect, because also, like Kevin said, love isn't the basis of a relationship. It's about duty. And my duty is my purpose. Her duty and her purpose is take care of the children in the household, and we come together and we both play our parts, and it's a beautiful thing. And we would like to just let the world know that regardless of some of the things people may say about Kevin that may be negative and disparaging upon his name, he did a good thing in our life, and we couldn't be more grateful.
Yeah. And I would just like to say that we definitely received a very humbling message from Kevin. When we met, I actually had a child prior to our relationship. So it was a lot of learning that I got from him, and we're building up our family. We just had a beautiful baby girl together. I actually from Ohio, and he was in Florida when we met. And so now we're living together in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I mean, this, I believe wholeheartedly, is a work from Kevin, that we were successful and we're engaged now. So life is really beautiful, and just thank you so much, Kevin. Rest in peace. You will be missed.
I want to see you win. And I put pressure on us men to understand how we did not get our masculinity training. And we've been doing our work, okay? But now it's time for you ladies to understand you're going to have to bet on us like you want us to bet on you. I talked to several men this week. I don't just get on here and talk shit. I have men I call around the world, and I ask, what do you think about this concept? Level set me. Shout out to brother Dennis Spurley. Dennis, I'm not going to get...
All right, welcome back. Yeah, so you guys saw the testimonies. You saw what the people had to say about Kevin Samuels, and these are the people that are most affected by his work. So, you see, family, Kevin Samuels had an impact on lots of people's lives, and of course, he had an impact on mine. And as I said earlier, I met Kevin on several occasions. We spent time together in Miami. We spent time together in New York. We talked on the phone. And one of the things Kevin was trying to do before he passed away was help me, you know, get my YouTube channel up. And now what a lot of people don't know is that Kevin and I actually did an interview together. And so before that interview, you know, the interview was never released, and the reason it never came out was because, you know, there was technical issues. There were some issues with the audio. For whatever reason, there was a buzzing sound in the background, and we recorded the interview live on location in Miami. And at the time, there was no real way for us to know how bad the audio issue was until after the fact. I remember Kevin mentioning that video probably wouldn't be released anytime soon because of the buzzing. And he said we'd probably just have to do it again. And I was like, all right, cool, no big deal. You know, and at the time I didn't think about it that much. And, you know, we were planning to meet again. And matter of fact, Kevin had tried to, he was working on getting me to schedule a meetup for men and women to get together here in Houston and just to try to find a place and be in charge of it. And I was like, all right, cool. You know, he'd already done the interview with lead attorney. And so, you know, the whole purpose in doing an interview with me was to help me enhance my visibility and help me build my channel. And that's the part that still stands out to me. And Kevin didn't owe me anything, but, you know, he saw something in me and he was trying to help me. And I remember one day, you know, completely out of the blue, Kevin called me, and the brother was sharp. He didn't waste time. He said, look, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to get a better camera, you need to get better lights, you need better equipment. And he sent me a whole list of things I needed to get off Amazon. And I listened, and I bought the camera, I bought the lights. I bought the equipment. I got it all, you know, and it cost, I remember, I think the camera was like $2,000. I'm like, man, what the hell is going on? I mean, you know, let's keep it 100. I wasn't really taking the YouTube stuff that seriously. You know, I just wasn't. And then, but the bottom line is, I probably spent about $6,000 on equipment, and some of it I still have, and some of it I never figured out how to use. But the point is, Kevin was trying to set me up. He was trying to put me in a position where I could benefit from some of the momentum, visibility, and popularity he had built. And he was trying to help me get my message out there. And I appreciate that, because, again, he didn't have to do that. And that's also what O'Shea Duke Jackson confirmed in that video earlier. Kevin was trying to help me, and he was trying to put me on. And the crazy thing is, I didn't even fully understand the extent of that plan until after Kevin passed away. That this was not my plan, and I didn't plan to be sitting here years later introducing what may be the last unreleased Kevin Samuels interview. Okay, I mean, I think the only way you can see it is behind a paywall. I didn't plan for the interview to disappear because of an audio issue, and I didn't plan for Kevin to pass before he could redo it. But here we are, and thankfully, because the technology has improved over the last few years, I was able to go back, recover the video, clean up the audio, and make it watchable. Now, you may still hear a slight buzzing sound in the background. It's not perfect, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was originally. The audio has been cleaned up enough for you to hear the conversation and appreciate the moment. So for those who don't know, this interview was filmed on March 12th, 2022 in Miami, Florida, less than 2 months before Kevin passed away. And and to my knowledge, this is the last video interview Kevin's conducted before his passing. So this is his last interview. And this is the first time the public, outside of a small group of people behind the paywall, will be able to see the video. It's Kevin Samuels. It's me having a real conversation. It's about 40 minutes long. And I'm not going to interrupt it. I'm going to let it play, because this moment deserves to stand on its own. And so without further ado, the next thing you're going to see is the beginning of the interview. This is Kevin Samuels' interview of Dennis Sperling, the first and only video interview we did together, filmed on March 12th, 2022. And as far as I know, this is the last video interview Kevin Samuels actually conducted before he passed away. Y'all check it out.
What's going on? What's going on? What is going on, man? Godfather is back again. If you don't know, my name is Kevin Samuels. I'm a professional image consultant. My job is to make sure you look good. Honestly, y'all ain't here for that. Y'all are here because we're going to talk about high-value men, modern women, relationships, and all that good stuff. And I'm with none other than Dennis Sperling. Dennis, introduce yourself. Let my guests know who you are. And we're going to get into an entirely conversation. I think you guys are going to love. Put it away.
Well, yeah, my name is Dennis Sperling. I'm originally from Los Angeles, California. And I'm an attorney. I've been practicing law 22 years. My specialty is complex civil litigation. I currently am segueing away from personal injury to class act. I'm currently class counsel on 4 different cases. Many of you guys maybe understand toxic tort when chemical plants blow up. Oftentimes plaintiff lawyer firms get together and we work together, we fight, and we get people justice, or we take cases to trial. I have 2 toxic tort explosions, and I also have product liability cases, specifically the Philips CPAP respirator class action is pending in Pennsylvania. That's probably going to be a $100 million settlement at some point in the next 4 years. The judge says she wants to dissolve them too. That's good for me.
Right.
And I'm also on the science committee, which is a subcommittee under the PSC, which is Plaintiff Steering Committee. I was personally appointed by the judge to the interim committee. And then the people enjoyed working with me so much, they put me on the science committee because of my science background.
Right.
And then I'm also working on the baby formula case. I filed a lawsuit in the Northern District of Illinois, which encompasses Chicago. So that's where I'm going now. But before that, I was a very successful personal injury lawyer, just doing car accidents, 18-wheelers, slip and falls. I've been doing that 22 years, graduated from Tulane Law with my LLM in environmental law, Southern University, HBCU grad, and also Grambling State University, where I got my degree in biology. But before that, I was just a young guy growing up in South Central LA.
See?
You know? Yeah.
The funny thing is, we all get to where we are, but we all seem to come from, you come from South Central LA, I come from Oklahoma City. We didn't have projects in Oklahoma,
Right.
not like that.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I became popular on YouTube and social media with the whole average at best video, and then talking about this whole concept of a high value man. Not my concept, but one of the things I wanted to do is start to highlight more men that are actually out here getting it done in business, in a professional life, family, because we are having, especially in the Black community, our relationships are in jeopardy,
Yeah.
in trouble. And we could spend a lot of time talking about, high value this. If you guys are familiar with that concept, I'll put a little blanket disclaimer down at the bottom. And then I'm going to also put a link to Dennis's channel up down in the bottom of the description. But one thing that I always like to highlight is the story you told me about my mixed group. For those who don't know, I have a Facebook group. I'm always coming up with some idea. And I had an idea to say, I'm gonna just put like-minded Black men and Black women in a room together and let nature take its course. And to my surprise, not to my surprise, to my delight, it's working well. And so I would love for you to share that story with everybody.
Well, so I had heard about Kevin Samuels. I heard about The Godfather. And this is, oh my God, this was 2000, the year 2020. We're in the midst of a pandemic. I think it was the summer of 2020. And I was a guest on another podcaster's show. And then you came on. And I'm like, yeah, you're the guy. Of course, I've heard of The Godfather. You out there kicking butt and taking names, man, speaking the truth to the people, So, and he said, honestly, when you said that, like, yeah, come on, join my family. I'm like, shit, on no goddamn Facebook. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, sir? But some time went by. I think it was maybe that was probably May or June. I let a couple of months go by. I decided to join. I think it was August. And I put myself in there and I've like introduced myself because you let me in the group. And then lo and behold, maybe a week later, at this time, fiance, at that time, just a lady from the internet, she hit me up, and
Shoot that shot, ladies. Shoot it.
I want everybody to know. She basically said hello, but then I did slide into the deal. I slid into the deal, man. I picked that term.
Hey. She hit the hey big head and she dropped her handkerchief. Look,
did.
folks, and this is what I want people to hear is like Facebook. Facebook is not one of the most friendly places for a lot of guys, especially talking about the stuff we talk about. But in that group, my intention was just to honestly say, I grew up with, scrubs and ain't nothing going on but the rent. And even though I'm divorced twice, I refuse to believe that Black America is irreparably broken. I refuse to believe it.
No.
And I just said, you know what, instead of listening to what everybody else said, let's just see what would happen. And my determination was to get men in there. And I do ask some basic questions, age, marital status, what do you want for a relationship? I go look at your LinkedIn page. I go verify that you deserve to be in there talking shit. And then also verify that the women are of a kind and caliber and quality that men are going to want to actually get out and kind of do what they need to do for. And it's amazing. The men have sorted themselves. The women have sorted themselves. They're having brunches and teas and the networking. And my thing was like, I'm not a matchmaker. And this was just something I decided to do. And I just pushed it. What would happen if we really decided to put something behind it? And, when you shared that story with me, because, you were out of here.
I was done. If you look at my Instagram page for the past 10 years, I'm the dude with the villa full of women in the pool.
Right.
I'm the dude with the 65 Cadillac on 20 and the cherry red lowrider riding down the street with my
switches.
Literally hidden. I have commercials with my kids.
I know.
And so, I was a rogue. And see what happened, Kevin, and I'm going to get a little into it. I got divorced and I became so, I guess, disinterested in the idea of marriage because it was like BS. Like, this is what marriage is supposed to be like. I'm not trying to get married. Are you kidding?
You're successful, we ain't supposed to be divorced. Then ain't what's supposed to happen with it.
Right. If I have everything I'm supposed to have on paper, if I've done everything you say, society has promised me, if I do A, B, and C, everything will be all right. It didn't work like that. And here's the secret. What I found out is something that, and I know the ladies are gonna hate, but it's not the men's fault. Because I've surveyed men in other countries and I see how horrible they can be, okay? And those women love those men's dirty draws. And I'm not half as bad as any of those guys. I got a taxi driver that gets more respect from his family than I did from my family. And that's not talking about ex-wife, I'm talking about mama, auntie, whoever, community. So, I knew then, this is a sham. And I was like, why would I get married again, especially in this country? So I was cool with just being single. I was gonna wait till my kids graduated from high school, put them all through college, and I was gone. So, but here I am in Kevin Samuels, the mix, and this beautiful young lady hit me up. Next thing I know, I'm flying to Massachusetts, and yeah, man.
What's so funny is that I would check in on the mix and I'm looking at because I go and vet the post and scrubbing the environment to make sure we ain't having the same conversation. And I look up and next thing you know, I'm like, congratulations, so-and-so, like relationship. And I'm like, what is going on over here? So, and the funny thing is, neither of the two people are located, this has happened many times in this group. Neither of the people in the same city, never in the same network, wouldn't have met each other, but just happened to be in one place where they had a general baseline of trust with one person to at least just put themselves into a Facebook group, and life happens. So how has your life changed, improved, evolved? Because I know you, first off, I'm glad you went into the background. So y'all understand the brother is successful. money, you know, successful, sons are doing incredible.
Yeah.
And like most of us, you know, we were supposed to have a different outcome, but it didn't work out that way. And the ability to just try something else again, how things changed since then?
Well, I mean, things have changed tremendously. I'm a lot more family oriented, which was always my dream. All I've ever wanted to be was a good father and a good husband. That's all that I've ever wanted was
Ain't that it?
That's it. Because I'm the father to my sons that I wish I had. And I'm not, and I have no ill will towards my adopted father or any of the men that influenced me, but they weren't the father to me that I am to my sons. But I didn't have, in my opinion, and I'll accept my fault. You know, I was young when I got together with my ex-wife. I was only 29 when we met. I'm only 2 years out of law school. So, I mean, I really didn't know enough about life. You know, and that's why I tell young brothers, man, just wait, get a little life under your belt. But, you know, I had everything, man. Whatever came at me, I dealt with it.
Right.
You know, Hurricane Katrina hit. I lost everything.
Right.
I had to move to Houston. I rebuilt my law firm from the ground up. You know, I haven't made less than $1 million since maybe 2012, you know? And so I've been good. But what I never had was that relationship. So now, and I don't want to butcher your acronym, fit, feminine, and friendly.
Yeah.
I have that.
You know, I think men should be confident, intelligent, assertive.
Yeah.
That's CIA. Then women should be feminine, beautiful, inspirational.
Okay.
And a subset of that is fit, feminine, and friendly.
Right.
And see, I think one thing that I was sharing that I just had this brother online apologize to me. This dude's I won't get it wrong, but he's in the streets.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
And he's like, man, that little clip where I said we ain't partners, that you belong to me, the kids belong to you, I belong to God, we report up. I think all black men that I ran into just want to be good fathers and men. We just wanted, it just didn't seem fair, especially for Generation X. We didn't. And that's the disheartening fact for a lot of men that came around, that we wanted to be the fathers that we didn't see, and when we got a chance to get up there, it just didn't seem fair, but we still here, we could do something about it. So when I talk to you and I hear the changes that a woman can, peace.
Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah, man, I never had this before, right. Kevin, it's a shame. Like, it's unfortunate I have to say this, but aside from my grandmother, my fiance is the best woman I've ever had in my life. She's the most consistent. I mean, you know, bro, okay, so it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Me and my sons got to get up and go to Shotokan practice outside in the cold. It's like 40 degrees out. She wakes up at 6 in the morning. She cooks us breakfast, puts it in a little container, right? And on the way out the door, she gives each one of us some food. And so now, instead of having to go out there and be hungry and do push-ups on our knuckles with this screaming sensei, because you're a martial artist, like, you know, and then just little stuff like that, it just makes it worth it. So that's why she get the red bottoms.
There you go.
That's why I probably dropped about $150,000 on her in the past year and a half. And it doesn't mean anything. Like what a lot of guys don't understand, and I'm gonna tell you this, money doesn't mean anything when you have it. It doesn't mean it. It's nothing. You got 100,000, 200,000. It doesn't matter because your butt is by yourself. You see what I'm saying? You either you're gonna be surrounded by, and I don't want to use profanity, but you're gonna be surrounded by 304s, gold diggers, no good scandalous women who just want something from you. When you can find a good, wholesome woman that has your back, then that's cool. And I'm not saying that she don't see the whole package. Along with me having money, I'm also successful and I'm tall. You see what I'm saying? So it's other stuff. But then you got to look at the fact I got 3 sons.
Right.
So it's the good with the bad. But the fact of the matter is, man, when you find a woman that treats you like that, man, it's invigorating. I told you earlier, I was just waiting around to die. Well, I've done it all. Like, I've done it all. Kevin, I got 6 rap albums. I got my own business. I done had every car that I want. I had the villa in the Dominican Republic, the house paid for itself. Yeah, it's what am I supposed to do? And I had all that at 30 something. Like what else am I supposed to do?
I think it's important for men in general, black men in particular, to hear that, because you think once you get all that, then things will fall into place. And if it doesn't, I'm happy to hear black men being able to live life with full expression.
Yeah, man.
This is what it comes down to, because full expression, be able to have just as much of an opportunity to be respected in your house, by your family, by your women, as any other group of men, whether they drive a cab or whether they make cabs. And teach your sons martial arts. Need to calibrate them hands and feet, stay calibrated. And it's so important, because when we're in our place and our women are in our place, it's a better outcome for everybody. And I think this is going to be one of Generation X's legacies, that we've had the ball kicked out of our hands. The dismantling of the middle class, Reaganomics, crack, HIV/AIDS. I mean, you think of how much stuff this next lost generation has survived, and to be able to sit back and say, look, you can still decide to live out life. It still matters. When I used to have I started out here in Atlanta. I started out in Atlanta doing something called MIT, Men in Training. And the first thing I would do is I'd take brothers down to one of the largest buildings in downtown. I rent out the boardroom and make sure we all came in the suits and everything else. And oftentimes, this is a lot of brothers' first time being there. Not for me. Right. And then I'm in the boardroom and I understand the opulence, and I would raise the blinds up and got breakfast catered and coffee, and this is normal for us. But a lot of brothers hadn't seen this. I mean, sitting around and kind of uncomfortable, and I raised the window and I'm like, and the first thing I would say is, gentlemen, life happens out there. And I turn to the group, life is about people. And over that weekend, men will get into understanding that just looking good, doing this, doing that, is not the full picture. Life is about relationships. And a lot of those men still talk, that's like their little pledge class all of a sudden. And these little things show me that we aren't that broken. We've been told that we are a second-class people, and I reject that shit.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, my travels around the world, black men are some of the best men on the planet. And I'm talking about black American men. You're some of the easiest to get along with. You're some of the most egalitarian, meaning you give your women the right to speak. Because when I go to other countries, the women don't, and I'm talking about close to the United States, the women don't even have a right to speak. Violence can happen in some of these societies if they even say something out of line. So you brothers need to, man, you got a lot of feathers in your hats, and you need to just recognize how valuable you are. And unfortunately, Kevin, it wasn't until I began to travel overseas till I saw how valuable I was. So even, and I'm gonna give you a scenario. Had I met my lady that I met in the mix 10 years ago, I still would not have known how valuable I was. Part of what you do is tell us what a high value man is. So when I really start listening, I'm like, yeah, I got money, okay, but I also have I got groups of people that know me, that respect me. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's a lot. I know you have another component to it, but it's like I fit all that, like, oh, I'm one of those guys. Because who knew? I'm just a dude. Like the way this society treats us, you're nobody.
Right. Ryan Krugman, just going to Bank of America, getting money out, and he's handcuffed.
Yeah, man.
And I think that's one of the important things that I stopped to talk about, this concept of high value men. And whether they're blue collar or white collar, none of us was born this way. No. It's a choice, and we affirm one another. And then it also gives women a clear picture of what is out there. Whatever you pick, just because we were growing up hearing that the world of good man, they don't exist. Right. Now we got a big beacon to say, well, here's a group of men that are out here. So what kind of outcomes do you want? And then what are you prepared to do to get it? Right. We grew up seeing The Cosby Show and different world, and those programs, that media had an impact on Black America. College enrollment with all kind of things happen. So even something as many people would think is as inconsequential as a YouTube channel is having profound effects. We were on the way up here, and he would sit down, and brother's on the elevator.
Brother said he gonna take the Jordans off and put a suit on.
So it's like, and I don't even know these. So it's like, it's good to see that young men are having something to aspire to, because our culture, you know, no disrespect to people in the industry, music, entertainment, athletics, but that's youth dominated.
Right.
And now we're seeing brothers who are 30 plus who give us something to move towards in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s plus, to where we still want to keep on doing, keep on pushing, and give roadmap and markers along the way.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do after 29 when you can no longer play in the NFL?
Right.
Your NFL dreams fade. What are you gonna do? You gonna roll over and die? Are you gonna become a lawyer? You gonna become an engineer? Are you gonna become a plumber and open your own plumbing business? You gonna be what are you gonna do? And see, you got from 29 to 80 pretty much to live. That's 50 years.
Yeah.
It's dudes that play ball in their 20s. We don't even know their name.
Right.
You can see them walking down the street. So what are you gonna do for the rest of your life, man? The average black man, you make your most money at the age 59.
And see, that's why I want to. I'm in this whole media endeavor. It's, you know, the restoration or the improvement of the black male image.
Right.
I talk about it as a professional image consultant. People often say, well, who are you to talk about relationships? I'm a black professional image consultant. I'm as qualified as anybody that took it as D.W. Griffith, Birth of a Nation 1915, who was one of the people that first took our image. How important media is, because images control the mind. And like you said, you went out of the country to see a different image of self than you had here.
Yeah.
And it's a different way of looking at masculinity, manhood, to where it affirms the man without diminishing women. We were taught in our community, for one to rise, the other had to fall, or for one to fall, the other one had to rise. No. Every other group can do what they do out there. The women can go to school and men can go, but we can still work together if we choose to and have the outcomes they want. And that's what I'm happy to start seeing more of. There's some hope now, man.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see young men who are saying, you know what, even though they may not know how to say it, one dude is like, you be sliding. I don't know what the hell he was talking about, but I do know how the look of admiration is in his eyes.
Right.
And I'm like, that's good, because I used to look at men older than me as something that I admire too.
Yeah.
You know, my standard is still my grandfather, a man with a 4th grade education, but those men were me.
Yeah.
And we still have time to put our stamp on what manhood is to the world in general and to the black community in particular. So I'm excited.
Me too. You mentioned something, and I gave this a certain degree of thought, and it has to do with Generation X, and it also has to do with that stayed down with the people, and the black woman is queen goddess, even if she was a black queen,
right?
A black crack fiend, she's still a black queen. When you have this confluence of what I call female worship, and then you got young black men who don't have their fathers in their home, what you have is a group of young men who grow up to think any woman will do. Every woman is good enough. All I got to do is just put my hand in that barrel and pull out one of these queen mother goddesses, because all of them are perfect.
Right.
And that's not what you get. You have to pick your woman and be wise about it. I think what you're doing, and well, I'm absolutely certain, what you're doing is you're giving men objective criteria that they can look at to say, this is the type of woman you want to be with. And you're giving women objective criteria they can look at. It's not, oh, I'm going to support him emotionally. No, baby, you 352 pounds. And you have 7 children by 7 different men. That's too much for me to support.
Right.
You can't fit in the Maserati.
You know, I think that one of the best things that's happening, because you mentioned the Tupac song.
Yeah.
What comes to mind is Tupac, after he was shot, found out that his father was not dead.
Oh, wow.
Tupac's biological father was alive his entire life, and after he was shot, Tupac's father showed up to the hospital, and his people and his mother had to say, no, that's him. And Tupac had to come to grips with that knowledge after almost losing his life. And there's an interview with him walking down Santa Monica Pier, something being interviewed by, MTV, this white reporter, and he had just found out about it. But he had said all those words, "You're a black queen," and my father, he took the back way, he didn't care, and found out none of that was true. Kanye West.
Yeah.
Kanye West is on record for saying, you know, he loved, everybody know Kanye loved his mother.
Yeah.
But Kanye is, you know, now he's a married man, a billionaire, and he's having issues now, and now he's saying some of the same things a lot of us are saying, and he's come to the realization that my mother took me away from my best friend, which is my father.
My God, bro.
So
hold on. You hit too close to home, man. So I have a very similar story. I just found my biological father 10 years ago, right? And man, so my whole life, well, up until the age of 10, I was told that who I thought was my biological father, right, at that point I was told he wasn't. And so that just shook my world because I had been dealing with some issues in this household, and then I started thinking, is the reason I get treated different because that's not my real dad and I didn't know it? And then I started growing up and saying, this man who I'm named after and this woman who gave birth to me, it's like they lied to me. And so, you know, I had a really violent upbringing. And then I was violent and I was angry. And in South Central LA, I'm gonna tell you now, man, I'm supposed to be somewhere locked up.
Right.
You know, I'm supposed to be 6 feet deep. I'm supposed to be locked up, but it's by the grace of God. I thank God for my grandmother, my cousin Shametta, Melanie, as she calls herself on the internet, you know, for being in my corner all these years. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, no disrespect to my mom. She was a great coach, but she wasn't ready to be a mom. And then on top of that, all of them, because I found out a lot of my different family members knew that the man who they would call my father wasn't. And that was embarrassing. I'm a whole grown lawyer out here. I got this name. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking this is my dad, and it's not. And see, the thing is, Kevin, man, a lot of women, they don't realize what that does to their sons. And then now you got a lot of young black men who are angry because they found out the truth about female nature at 30, at 40 years old. And they seeing now what they didn't see when they were little boys.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
That they don't, and women take that as we're you know, attacking them, but it's like you don't understand how much a father's presence and his absence impacts our vision of who we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I don't want to too deep into my personal life, but a woman that I was with seriously, you know, she had one idea about her father her entire life, and you know, how much of the story I want to share. She turns out to find out that he had been trying to be in her life the entire time, and got a family out, you know, waiting and trying to fill your absence, but because technology, this, that, and it's like, round it all back to Tupac, you know, I could only imagine the turmoil when he was on that pier, knowing he had made this song that still gets played on my Mother's Day every day, and how many people still are coming to the knowledge that that wasn't true.
Right, man. And you know, the reason I know it's a problem out there, because it's a lot of young men that run up on me, and even on my comments on my Facebook and YouTube page, they're like, man, I wish I had a dad like you. I wish we had and all I'm doing is just being involved with my kids. Now, the crazy thing is, Kevin, up until a month ago, I've only been able to see my kids or have them 6 nights a month for the past 10 years. But what I did, because, you know, what I had to do is I had to say, well, let me enroll them in karate. Let me enroll them in jujitsu. Let me do this. Let me take them to dance class. So that what that did is allow me to rush home from the office, pick them up at 5 or pick them up from school. We got a 30-minute ride to where we're going. I get to watch them do whatever they do for an hour, and I take them, drop them off at the mama's house. And so what that did was, man, so it took me a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy. I had to put my social life on hold, right? A real social life. Right. I mean, you know, I can hang with the brothers and the fellas a little bit, but for the most part, I couldn't really date because I was focused on my kids. And And so, but it's unfair. Now, thank God, after a 2-year custody battle, I'm able to get him 12 nights a month, which is just fantastic. But I think, man, we have and it's not the men's fault. We have a father deficit in the black community, and it largely has a lot to do with the fact that these lovely ladies, as I call them, have pushed the fathers away. Why? They want control. And it's plain and simple. And I think the legal system is now catching up with the fact that these ladies are purposely pushing these men out of these boys' and girls' lives because they want control. And that's a problem that we got to deal with.
And I think that platforms like yours, platforms like mine, are just shining a light. All I do is have conversations.
Oh, man.
I have conversations that we've having on the basketball court, and just for everybody. Yeah. And I let the world, and even women, I've got some women like, I didn't know.
Man. Kevin, you flip the light on and the roaches scatter. That's what you that type of light. You're like, oh damn, he didn't know that. Oh my God. Bro, I'm trying to tell you, bro. The first time I'm like, that's why people love it, because you're saying things that everybody else wanted to say but didn't think they could say because they were afraid of getting canceled by the lovely ladies. And so you took that. And see, the thing is, man, I appreciate you because you had courage to step out there and say stuff that nobody wanted to say. Man. You know the sisters is canceling everybody, and you stepped out there with your tie on and your handkerchief. No, you are average at best, and you need to deal with that. You see what I mean? Stop looking for and like, brother, courage. That's why people like me support you, because you're courageous. You got all these people out here, they so big and they so bad, right? Even the doggone former president is a sycophant when it comes to the lovely ladies. But you stood up there and spoke, man, and then you should, and that's why you're succeeding now. You did something that everybody else was too afraid to do, and you're being rewarded. The Bible talks about that. I know you was a former Sunday. You know about courage, and that's what you did. Let me get down off my.
Well,
amen.
And I think what's funny is it was when that video went viral. You know, as somebody who studies media, there's virality and there's mega viral. Yeah. That was a whole nother level to where I was here in Miami when that happened, and there was conversation, Love Jones lock-ins that weekend, countrywide. This stuff is all around the world now, and the point to where women came over to see what the buzz was because they want to see what's happening, and men felt liberated. But now the funny thing is, now there are a lot of women who, like, the first time didn't like you or didn't go to hear, but now start listening, and now I'm a better woman, I'm a better mother, I'm a better this, and what it does is we're starting to have a more rounded conversation. We've gone through this part, and it's still gonna happen, but it's not just this for this sake. It's the next phase. All right, then what do we do once we finally had this conversation? Can we have relationships, marriages, families like we did prior to the 65? Are we just irreparable? Now we're starting to see, I'm starting to get more women come up on my platform talk about, because of you, I snatched the ring and this and that. And more brothers, and behind that is a happy black man. Which I'm like, that was the goal anyway. And what does that do? Now it gives us the ability to build communities, business, economic base, power to be respected in our communities on a global stage, to where when you become economic power, people want to keep you around. They don't want to exterminate you quite that quick. So this is a good thing. And I'm glad we were able to sit down and have these conversations. And I'm looking forward to having more and more and more of these things, because I said it last year, it ain't about me. I want to bring more folks onto the platform to start to see what's possible. Anything you want to bring up?
I think we'll keep her. My fiance is applying to law school.
Oh yeah.
I think you must rent space in my head, because she told me about 2 months ago, high value men, they put their wives and fiancés to work at their office. I'm like, I didn't know that, I was planning. But she's Ivy League educated. I mean, her education costs more than all mine. But the bottom line is, she's going to law school, and she's now learning how to run my law office. So I don't have to do this 18-wheeler car accident stuff. I can focus on the class actions. You see?
Yeah, man.
So,
That's one of the, and I think, like I said, when I did that, believe it or not, when I did that video on Instagram, I had black women high-fiving me. They're like, I hate you, but that's one video I support. Quit your full-time job, go work part-time for your man, or go work for your man, because, men of value, whether high value or not, men of value provide women freedom.
Yeah.
Freedom to be women, freedom to live life, the choices regardless as to what you choose. So what I'm going to start doing is also, because there are so many people who can't sit in front of the camera, I've talked to you about the focus groups to where people are kind of off the camera, but voices are still heard. So because, we took a risk flipping on this light. But I'm built for it, and you are too. So
yeah, man.
But I'm glad we were able to do this, man. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad people can hear the other side of the story, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen, because I want us to be able to have what I saw with my grandparents and the community before us. We deserve to be happy too.
I agree, and I'm happy you are the flagship headed into the great blue beyond.
All right.
You know what I mean? And man, you're doing God's work. Anybody that complains about Kevin Samuel speaking the truth, because that's all this man is doing. If you complain about that, you're the problem. If you don't want to hear the truth, you're the problem. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said what? He said that our people perish for a lack of knowledge. He got that from the Holy Bible. You can't give people fake, false knowledge and think they're going to go in the right direction. This man is speaking the truth. And I'm telling you, it works for me. And I'm a hard case. You see what I mean? Basically, he called me down off this ledge. I got women, I got liquor. Some of y'all, they've been to some, I had 100 bottles of Moet at my house one day. It was 9:30 in the morning and I had like 50 people there. We partied all day. Man. I would do this every 3 months. This is my lifestyle. And I'm telling you, it's better to have one good woman and one stable household and a woman that loves you, that takes care of you, that looks good. My lady work out 6 times a week. I don't know, she was listening to you before I was listening to you. You see what I'm saying? And like whatever you've been telling her, keep telling her that, man. But anyway, yeah.
The silent majority of men and women out there. I mean, you don't get, blessed with such a large following if people don't resonate. And I don't take that lightly. And raised the way I was raised, I always try to involve as many people as possible, because like I said, I think this is going to be part of our legacy. I think this is going to be part of our, when we're gone to dust, somebody's going to say, you know what? We're better off because this happened.
Amen.
And that's good enough for me.
Yes,
Appreciate it, my friend.
Well, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Next time, people, we're out. All right.
Oh, man.
All right. Let me turn this down.
Burning podcast, click your mouse pad, yeah, we out back, hit the like, hit subscribe, don't just hate watch, cause we outside, let them hate watch, go and play pop, we just lay back, he don't play that, we on playback, we on playback, we go way back, black men, yeah, we earn something, tune in, gotta learn something, Uncle D podcast, bump it, likes up, hit the sub button, black men, yeah, we earn something, tune in, gotta learn something, Uncle D podcast, bump it, likes up, hit the sub button. This is Dennis Burden Podcast. Don't just hate watch, hit subscribe and let them know we outside. Don't hold hate, donate, super chat, cash app, put something in the collection plate. Church.
I want y'all to make sure y'all hit the number 1 button. And we're going to kind of get back to what we like to do over here, man. I need y'all to check in at a certain point when it's time to check in. I need to checking in to start happening again. We got to go ahead and get this algorithm pumping. All right. You guys, man, y'all saw y'all saw the video. And shout out to everybody who's here with me. And thank you so much for contributing to the super chat. I know we're going long, but again, this is Kevin Samuel's legacy. It continues. It's been 4 years in the making. And so, you know, this is what we have to do to protect our own. And, you know, this is also something that's very important to me. So I appreciate you all. I hope y'all appreciate what I'm doing. I hope you appreciate the effort. Now, again, you guys saw the video play, and you know, that was a great interview. It never aired. At the time, Kevin probably had over 1 million subscribers. I'm absolutely certain that folks would have been gravitating to my channel. But, you know, at the end of the day, I talk about politics. I talk about history. I'm not a relationship guy. There's plenty of folks on the internet that talk to you about relationships. That's just not what I do. The bottom line is, family, you know, you saw it play. Now, here's what you don't know. The crazy part at that time, okay, keep in mind, it was it was March 12th when we started. So that Saturday night. And I didn't even know Kevin Samuels' birthday was that night, officially starting at 12 o'clock. So we started filming it, you know, the interview on March 12th, 2022. My wife, who was my fiance at the time, had already made reservations for us to go eat at the Versace restaurant. Versace restaurant in, is that it? Did I get the name right? Versace restaurant. Oh, it's on Ocean Drive. And so after the interview, we went to dinner. You know, we ate, we hung out. By the time we finished, it was getting close to midnight. And at that point, I said, well, let's just go to the museum district, because my wife and I have been hanging out in Miami. And then, you know, then come to find out, Kevin said, oh, yeah, it's my birthday. And I'm like, oh, my God. So March 13, 2022 was Kevin Samuels' birthday. And now I don't know if y'all have figured this out yet, but Uncle D is about that party life. You understand me? I'm about that party life. And, you know, Uncle D is about, you know, I'm about doing what it do. And I like to party. And I like to hang out. I like to have a good time. So when I find out it's your birthday, it might as well be my birthday. You hear me, baby? It might as well be my birthday too, because I'm going to celebrate right along with you and family. I'm telling you, this whole thing was just crazy work. So we ended up going out and partying at a club in the museum district. And it was me, it was Kevin Samuels, it was the beautiful Melanie King, it was my beautiful wife, Jessica, who, you know, at that time, my fiance. And we were just hanging out and having a good time, enjoying Miami. And let me tell you all something. You had to see Melanie King in action, man. I remember we were a couple of young ladies. I'll say a couple of a pack of melanin challenged women who tried to ease their way into our section. I mean, you got I'm doing what I do. I do drink. Okay, so I got a bottle of Ace of Spades, and I'm like, I know Kevin says he don't drink, but he gonna drink this Ace of Spades. So but these melanin challenged women tried to barge their way in our section. I mean, they was just looking clean around Melanie, looking around, looking past my wife. But Melanie King was having no parts of that. That is a real sister. You hear me? She is a real stomp down 100% sister. And I love her and I appreciate to death. And she and my wife have actually become good friends. And, and what's funny is later I realized that I had gone to school with her sister. I might have mentioned this before. And, Grambling State University, where everybody is somebody. We already had close ties, and I didn't even know. It was a very, very small world. But by the end of the night, I was joking with her, and well, damn, we might be cousins, because my grandmother's last name is King, and her last name is King. So, we might actually be related. We are, but anyway, that night was special. It was unexpected. It was spontaneous. And looking back on it now, I'm grateful we got that moment, because, we didn't know what was coming. We didn't know that less than 2 months later, Kevin would be gone. We didn't know how that this would be one of those memories that would mean so much later. So what I'm going to do now is play some video footage of us hanging out and celebrating and partying. And just having a good time, man. And you will be able to listen to my voice. You could tell. If you listen careful enough to my voice, you will be able to hear that Uncle D has been sipping on the sauce. Now, I don't drink now. Okay, Uncle D is a jiu-jitsu practitioner. So I can't be out here sipping and rolling and fighting with people. It don't work. But anyway, man, shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. Let's go ahead and get this thing cracking, man. Again, I was having a little too much fun, man. But let me see if I can pull this first video up. There we go. Boom. Yo. Happy birthday. And there's Melanie King. Look at that, man.
Look at me.
So that's just, I mean, we were surrounded, man. It's like everybody knew who he was. People loved him, people appreciated him. And I mean, it was just cool, man. And just to see him, you all know him as this very formal guy, you know what I'm saying? And I think this is actually a little earlier at the table. This is we was like, man, we was just having a good time. So we might have had 2 birthday. I was telling everybody, it's his birthday. It's birthday. It's birthday, man. I think that's just dessert. I think, that's the Versace. Man, I cannot believe it's the Versace restaurant. I think it's called Versace. That's me with the colorful shirt on. I'm in Miami. You see me with the colorful shirt on my arm, with the colorful shirt on right there, baby. Yeah, baby.
The gentleman wants to order.
Yeah.
Wait, are you gonna blow
Look
it
at
out?
me, shot. Can't even see me now.
I'll take one.
I'm thinking about one.
See me. Couldn't really see me. But y'all saw my shirt though, right? Y'all saw my shirt. I was Miami ready. I was ready, baby. I was ready to hang out. I was player. I wasn't gonna have Kevin talking about me, man. But anyway, let's go ahead and keep looking at these little videos, man. Shout out to Melanie King. Y'all go over there and give us some love.
Hold on a minute.
Let me see.
We just found out we cousins.
I'm leaning. Uncle Dear, yeah, bang. Look at that boy. Look at me. I am leaning.
Not because you light skinned, but then we got.
Look,
I know y'all say we all look alike, but that ain't it.
I done had too many shots. I'm so ashamed of me. I'm so ashamed of me right now, sitting there with these beautiful, non-intoxicated people, and I'm sitting there drinking, okay, by myself. I don't do that no more, okay? Now I just drink a little water, see it's clear, nothing in there. Purifying my body after years and years of abuse. I'm cleaning out my system right now. If y'all know a good purge, let me know. I'll be more than happy to try it out for you, okay? But
that's Kevin Samuels. That's Kevin. His birthday.
Like drunk.
My bigger than Beyonce.
Look, like he know who he is. You drunk, sir?
Hey, what's up, baby?
Look, he know who he is. Everybody know who they are. You don't know who you are, sir. You are leaning. You are embarrassing.
Trying to figure out, is it okay for us to turn up?
Look at my eyeballs. Look at my eyeballs. I want you to see how red my eyeballs are. Look at that. It's embarrassing.
We don't want to steady white this.
And now I'm getting black folk. It's sad. That's sad out here. It's a shame to me. I should have never allowed. Yeah, so I got one more video you guys to check out. We had a change up here. You guys check this last video out. And let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Make sure if you haven't already, make sure you share this with your friends and family. I only got like one video. This is actually this is when I think this is actually when it got we were actually at the actual club itself. Let me double check. Let me see if this is it. Look at that, man. You chilling, man. I think I might have showed this one already, man. Hilarious. Yeah, I was gone. Yeah. But man, the man is a toast of the town, man. You know, it's a real toast of the town. I appreciate the time.
I'll be there
Man, well, it was a cool cat, man. Brother will be missed. I'm still leaning though. Still a little drunk. Uncle D, a little drunk. So. But that's Kevin Samuels right there, man. That's Kevin Samuels. His last birthday on this plane, man. And you know, I'm glad I had an opportunity. You know, the Lord know I'm here to have a good time. Jeez, hear that. I'm here to have a good time. And the Lord knew who he needed to hang out with on his last night here on this plane. And I'm glad it was me. I'm glad. Shout out to Melanie King. I appreciate you. Now again, you know, family, this is the 4th anniversary of Kevin Samuels passing, and this video is entitled Kevin Samuels, The Legacy Continues. And the thing I want people to remember is this: Kevin Samuels' work was an attempt to get Black men and Black women together. Now, some of you may have realized that. Some of you may have thought he was just giving people a hard time and saying mean things and roasting people and hurting people's feelings. See? But when you actually step back and listen to the message, Kevin was trying to bring reality back into the conversation with men. Kevin spent years trying to get brothers together. He talked to men about dressing better. He talked to men about hygiene. He talked to them about their presentation. He talked to men about soft skills, communication, work ethic, ambition, discipline, and becoming the best version of themselves. He had different categories for men based on their age, income, occupation, success, and lifestyle. He gave props to blue collar brothers all the time. Okay, and to white collar brothers, he respected men who worked hard, carried responsibility, and understood what it meant to provide. But the main point is this: Kevin spent years getting Black men together, and then he ventured into talking to women. And the issue he kept running into with women was unrealistic expectations. You understand? And Kevin's message to women was not, you can't have a man. That's not what he said. His message was, you may not be able to get the particular man you're demanding. And that's a major difference. Kevin would tell women, you're in a certain age, you're in a certain weight, you have children, you have a certain relationship history. You know, you have certain health issues, you have certain expectations, and now you're demanding a high value man who has options and resources and status. And his point was simple: that man may not choose you. Okay, that wasn't hatred, that was reality check. Kevin was telling women, you can still have love, you can still have companionship, you can still have a husband, you can still have a good life, but you may need to stop aiming only for the top tier men and start considering the men who actually are on your level. That's why he would say you're average at best. It was a reality check, but people hated the phrase. But his point was that average is not bad. Most people are average. That's why it's called average. Two average people can get together and build a home and raise a family and live responsibly and have a good life in America. That was his message. And if you're a superstar, you have superstar options, man or ma'am. But if you're not a superstar, if you have to be real, you got to be realistic about what kind of a person you're going to attract, keep, and build with. Okay. And again, the emphasis on keep, ladies. Just because he'll lay with you don't mean he'll stay with you. Bars. You understand? Right? But that's a lot of, that's what a lot of people didn't want to hear. But the bottom line is Kevin was successful. You saw the testimonials. You heard from people who said Kevin changed their lives and changed their thinking and helped them improve and helped them get married and helped them take themselves seriously and help them see relationships more clearly. And Kevin Samuels personally affected my life too, because Kevin is one of the reasons I'm married today. And I've got some footage. I got some special footage for you all to see, and this is actually footage from my wedding. So before I play it, I want to give a big shout out to Mrs. Sperling, and it happens to be her birthday today, and she is patiently waiting. Very highly educated woman, and I think maybe if she'll, ma'am, Mrs. Sperling, Mrs. Sperling, Mrs. Sperling. I don't know if she's gonna come over here, but I hear Buddy in the background. Let me see if I can get Mrs. Sperling to pop on over here real quick and see if I can get her to come over. I saw her looking good. She was looking really nice today. I'm gonna get. Hey, Mrs. Sperling. Would you like to? Beautiful, successful. She's an attorney herself. She's a beautiful woman from Massachusetts, and I'm grateful. Mrs. Sperling, would you like to introduce yourself? Okay, well, never mind. Never mind. Thank you so much. But and here's the part people need to understand. Okay, Kevin Samuels made it a point in his private group, the mix, to give preference to Black women and women of African descent. He was intentional about that. He literally screened women. He told me he had women from every background trying to get into the space: Asian women, white women, Latino women, women from overseas, women from everywhere. But Kevin was trying to create a space where successful Black men and Black women could actually meet each other. And that says a lot, because for all people who tried to paint Kevin as somebody who hated Black women, the truth is, behind the scenes, he was trying to help Black men and Black women connect. And I'm living proof of that. And here I am married, and Kevin Samuels played a role in that. And then let me be clear, I'm an OG passport, bro. I had no intention on staying here. My plan was simple. I was going to wait until my middle son graduated from high school, and then I was going to get my villa together in the Dominican Republic and never come back. That was the plan. But Kevin Samuels is part of the reason I'm now happily married. I love my wife. Marrying her was one of the best decisions I've ever made. We plan to have at least 2 more children, and I wouldn't be where I am right now, at least not as happy and in a stable marriage, without Kevin Samuels' influence. And that's the part of his legacy, not the clips, not the controversy, not the insults, not the people who hated him. This: families, marriage, men improving, women being realistic, Black men, Black women coming together. That's part of Kevin Samuels' legacy. So what I want you all to do is check this out. This is footage from my wedding. This is Uncle D getting married. And when we play this, that's how we're going to close this show. And so I want to thank you all for the time you spent watching this broadcast. I appreciate you all. This is the Kevin Samuels legacy continues. And as I say at all times, man, I love you, but ain't time to go yet. Y'all check this out.
Lan sing it was up musical use sing
There it is. Hey.
Mulano de tu amor y me sentí pensando.
Thank you.
Groom is presenting to his bride to be a beautiful ring. When you look at it, it got a splendid, magnificent diamond cito combo wrapped in pure gold, signifying that this marriage that happening today is sealed from this day forward.
Man,
You take this. Wait. Yeah. With this ring, I thee wed, with all my worldly goods, I thee endow. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Oh, I thee endow. All right, you go ahead. Bride is presented another pure gold ring to her husband. Take a look at his pure gold, rich and endowed.
amen.
With this ring,
With this ring.
I thee wed. With all my worldly goods, I thee endow. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. Ready? Easy. Out. Oh. Let us pray. God our Father, we come once again in your presence to come as this young man and this young woman have pledged and given their vows one to each other and has presented grains one to each other. We pray your rich blessings upon this union that is being on in today's. We pray, our Father, that you would shower your blessings upon them from this day forward. Say you would bind that love towards each other and that love relationship with each other and that love relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ. We pray, our Father, that you would bless their footsteps, bless their effort, bless their endown, bless all that they put their hands to do. In the name of Jesus the Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
For as Jessica and Dennis have considered together in holy wedlock, and has witnessed before God and this company, we have joined and given and pledged their thought each to the other, and have declared the same, and have given and received rain, and by joining of me, as the gospel minister of the Lord Jesus Christ, he gives me the authority to pronounce them husband and wife. In fact, at this moment right now, brothers of all of us,
Yeah.
we kiss the bride.
I was married now. I was married.
I want to present to you at this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Dennis Spur.
كبرك البامبا بنت الكتاب. Obvio también ha sido Under day. Why did you Yeah, that's what you mean.
All right. They want about the leg break.
podcast. Hit the like button, subscribe.